Next evolution in digital transformation. The Information Technology Research Unit has made significant strides by organizing this prestigious annual research symposium. The objective is clear: to promote research in information technology and its related fields. All of us are committed to intellectual engagement, aiming to positively transform both businesses and science. And at the heart of this transformation is the effective utilization of technology.
This event will provide a great opportunity for researchers, scientists, engineers, and practitioners from all over the world to present new concepts, research findings, developments, and applications. We are confident that this event would provide a platform to facilitate interactions between researchers, scientists, scholars for prospective research collaborations.
Before proceeding with today's event, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem, the symbol of our unity, pride, and unwavering commitment to our nation.
Fine performance. Please welcome on stage our very own undergraduate students of Faculty of IT for the welcome dance.
of the oil lamp. For this, we cordially invite the following dignitaries. Mr. B.H. Sudanta, General Chair, ICITR 2023 and Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology.
Professor Ajay De Silva, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies.
Professor Ruwan Gopura, Director Research, University of Mortua.
Dr. Thilini Piyatilaka, General Co-Chair, ICITR 2023, Director, ITRU.
Dr. Priyanga Talagala, Conference Secretary, ICITR 2023.
Mrs. GTI Karunaratna, Head of the Department of Information Technology.
Dr. ATP Silva, Head of the Department of Computational Mathematics.
Professor Tanuja Sandanayaka, Head of the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies.
Dr. Tilina Tantrivatta, Director of Undergraduate Studies, Faculty of Information Technology.
Professor Buddhika Jayasekara, Chair, IEEE Sri Lanka Section.
One person representing our platinum sponsor for the day, Cambio Software Engineering.
Professor Chang Yi Wan, Director of Department of Radiation Oncology, in General Hospital, Taipei, Taiwan.
Professor Chang Yong Yang, Department of Electrical Engineering, National Taipei University, New Taipei City, Taiwan.
Dr. Joshi Menher, Professor and Head of the Department of Presidency University, Bangalore, representing the participants.
We cordially invite all the dignitaries for the traditional lighting of the oil lamp. Thank you very much for joining with us. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and valued participants, it is with great pleasure that I invite Dr. Tilini Piyatilaka, Director of Information Technology Research Unit, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the 8th International Conference on Information Technology Research, ICITR 2023, organized by the Information Technology Research Unit, Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. This year, we run the conference under the theme, The Next Evolution in Digital Transformation. The conference is well recognized as a forum to discuss the rapid advances in research and digital transformation development. The research papers published in the proceedings are comprehensive in that it contains a wealth of information that is extremely useful to academic and professionals working in the related fields. It is my pleasure to announce the participation of leading academics and researchers in their respective areas of focus from various countries at this event. The conference proceedings and the presentations made at ICITR 2023 are the end result of tremendous amount of innovative work and highly selective review process. This year, we received around 223 research articles and 47 were accepted by maintaining the acceptance ratio of about 21%. ICITR 2023 is technically co-sponsored by IEEE, the world's largest technical professional recognized dedicated to advancing technology, and IEEE Sri Lanka section. All the accepted papers to the ICITR 2023 will be indexed in IEEE Explore database. There will be a Best Paper Awards for authors to recognize outstanding contributions and research publications. We thank all authors for their participation, and we are happy to that they have chosen ICITR 2023 as the platform to present their work. Credit also goes to the program committee members and review panel members for their contribution in reviewing and evaluating the submissions and for making ICITR 2023 a success. I wish all of you the very best in your future research. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now, I would like to invite Mr. B.H. Sudantha, Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, to address the gathering and share his thoughts on this endeavor.
A very good morning to all of you. My distinguished guests, Professor Yang and Professor Van and Professor Josie, and my dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. It's a very nice morning today. You can see, because after 2019, we didn't have these physical conferences here. We had this online mode, and last year we had hybrid one. But this year, our team, they have decided to have this one physical here. Because of that, it's a nice day today. After a couple of years' time, we are holding this conference in this manner. But if I don't say a few words about that, about our journey up to this level, I think it will be then actually here you can see that this is our 8th international conference. Although we have mentioned this 8th international conference, we converted this conference into Scopus Index IEEE the co-sponsors conference in 2018. Okay. From that point onwards, I think for that, I think if I don't mention a couple of names here, for this, you know that we started this conference in 2001. Okay, from that, as a symposium. And it's a very small symposium. Time to time, with the great effort of all the staff members of the faculty, we came to this level. In 2016, we converted this conference into international conference. After 2 years' time, we were able to convert this one into IEEE holding and Scopus Index conference. But it's not easy task. I think all of you know that holding of this type of conference and continuing maintaining this quality level is not easy task. For this conversion, we had many support from this. The important point, as that Dr. Tilly mentioned, we are having these conferences. With these conferences, we are sharing our experiences. We discuss with each other about our researches and all this. But other important point, when we have this type of event, we make friendships. We make bonds. And it's a pathway to some kind of other collaborations also. Okay. Because of those things, if I don't mention few names here, this may be some kind of. I think some of our colleagues are here, and especially Dr. Ferdhouse and Dr. Sagara, and that is the key features that spend their time to convert this one. But as I mentioned, this is some kind of relationship we are building. As a faculty, it's not possible to come to this level. But all from other faculties, we received this support. Especially engineering faculty supported to convert our conference into IEEE conference and Scopus Index conference. And especially Professor Sanat Jayawardena and Professor Ruwan Gopura. And they are the key figures who helped us to convert this one. And from that point onwards, and under the leadership of different directors, and under the leadership of different head of the departments, and we were at the same time with the members of the faculty. I think we don't know how many sleepless nights they spent and how many hours they have spent to maintain this conference up in this level. You know that, as Dr. Dilli mentioned, today, this time we received 223 papers. But after rigorous reviewing process, we accepted only 47 papers. Nearly it's 21% acceptance ratio. But from the beginning onwards, we are maintaining all the time less than 40% acceptance ratio. That is our level. That is our quality. Although that we are receiving papers, but different years that we have received some less papers and many papers also. But anyway, we are able to maintain this level of this conference. That's what we are expecting. And I think you can see that this year we have 203, but we accepted only 47. But it indicates that other things, so we are having rigorous process also, rigorous reviewing process. But other than that, you can see that many people are coming into the picture. They are trying to do research, but their level of this research and what they are doing, that is the important thing. I think we are not discouraging them, but anyway, that after giving that reviews also, they may be encouraged to, then they may be coming to the correct track, understanding how to do the research, do the publications also. Okay? I think I am not taking much more of your time, but before I finish this one, I have to thank Dr. Tilni and her team. I'm not going to mention other names, definitely I will miss some names, but it's not easy task organizing after this one. And you know that we are, after pandemic, we are at this financial crisis also. With all these difficulties, we are able to organize this one. The thing here is their dedication, their effort. And with her, I know that all members and all other staff members and many other supporters from especially that Dr. Professor Buddhika Jayasekara, he supported from IEEE, he's the IEEE president, and they also supported to come to this level. Okay, without taking much of that, thank you very much, all of you, to organize this one, and special thanks for my invited guest, and you are coming here to give, give experience also here. And we are very much like to have this relationship here also. I think Professor Yang, and if I don't mention this Professor Yang and Professor Chintaka Premchandra, they also supported our conference to bring this level. Okay, saying all these things and wishing all the success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enriching speech that told us how much this ICITR conference is important to us. This entire activity would not have been possible if it wasn't for the generosity extended by our dearest platinum sponsor, Cambio Software Engineering. On behalf of the committee, we thank you for your contribution, and I cordially invite Mrs. Asoka Samarakon on stage to do a presentation at this ICITR 2023 conference.
At Cambio, we want to make a difference for society by transforming and improving health and social care. We do that by providing qualitative, open and collaborative solutions
Meat vaccine, we have Cambio Sys, which is mainly used in the operation theaters, and so on. So let me tell you about Cambio Cosmic, our main product. So Cosmic is designed to support healthcare professionals such as doctors, nurses, and other healthcare consultants during their clinical decision-making process. So every person's clinical history and data and all of the information from birth to beyond is handled via Cosmic. So as you remember, I mentioned earlier that Cosmic has the presence in 17 of the regions in Sweden. So all of the individuals' clinical information and data is managed via Cosmic. So at a whole, since we have 17 regions, for each region we have a data volume of 34 terabytes, which is subjected to a continuous growth of 15 gigabytes growth per day. So that is indeed a large volume of data. So then we have information security. So we have all the sensitive and critical data of all the individuals, varying from politicians to celebrities to all high-stake personnel. So information security is vital to our organization, and we handle it with utmost care. So we at Cambio carry out different levels of information security tests, including penetration testing, to assure that our system is impenetrable. So next, as a product company, it's not only during the development phase that we need to be exceptional. Being a mission critical system, we need to make sure that we provide seamless system upgrades to our customers so that they could work in an uninterrupted environment. So we use industry-leading techniques and technologies to make sure that Cosmic has the highest availability at all times. So these are some of the technologies and tools that we use. So from the implementation perspective, Cosmic uses Java, Spring, and Hibernate for the back-end implementation. And for the front-end implementation, we use HTML along with Angular and Flutter. We as a company have a strong set of DevOps practices as well. And also, all of our applications are containerized, and we use OpenShift to host our applications. Next, on the roles in Cambio. So Cambio, being a global company, has global roles, both in Sweden and Sri Lanka, all aligned. And as I mentioned earlier, we have these 5 main roles, technical roles. And I should also mention about the architecture roles. So we at Cambio have so many avenues with regard to the architect role. And we have an amazing team of leads and architects where we can talk and get career guidance to excel our career and craft our path ahead. Cambio has had a presence of 30 years globally, and Cambio Sri Lanka will mark their 20th anniversary in 2025. So we have a very presence globally and in Sri Lanka with regard to the e-health sector and as a software company. We possess a global culture, and all of our officers share the same values. And also, it's also important to note that we Cambians in both offices in Sri Lanka and Sweden get the opportunities to travel and collaborate in other countries where we are in operation and to work together as one team. Next brings us to the values in Cambio. So we have 3 core values, which are trust, care, and together. So the value care, we extend it to the customers, the employees, and the society as well. So we extend the essence of care as a social responsibility, and these are some of the projects that we have carried out during the past years and this year. So we had the White Cane Day program, we had the donation of essential medications to a hospital this year, and we have had blood donation camps, and also during the COVID times we donated medical equipment to the Meethotamul Intermediate COVID Care Unit. So we at Cambio always make a positive impact to the communities we serve. So talking about the culture and life at Cambio. So Cambio Software Engineering fosters a very vibrant and inclusive culture where we have had several initiations such as the Cambio Conference, the year-end parties, the sports days, and so many other cultural events where we promote a sense of camaraderie and a sense of belonging with our employees. So finally, I would like to tell you that Cambio is not only a place where we work. It has always been a place where we come together, support each other, and thrive as one. So I welcome all of you to join us, and let's make a positive contribution to the e-healthcare sector, e-healthcare services, together as a team using the advancement of technologies going further. So thank you everyone, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A small notice to all our participants. The conference proceedings for ICITR 2023 have been now updated on the official website. So you can visit www.icitr.um.lk/abstracts and get the updated conference proceedings. Thank you.
It is an honor to stand before you today as we embark on a journey of exploration and innovation in the realm of information technology. To commence this year's conference, it is with great enthusiasm that I introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Sadar M.N. Slam from Victoria University, Australia. Professor Slam is an expert in the field of quantum computing, a domain that stands at the forefront of technological innovation, promising transformative breakthroughs in both theory and application. As we embark on a journey, let us open our minds to profound ideas and visionary perspectives that Professor Slam is poised to share with us today. His expertise and scholarly contributions have marked him as a leader in the field, guiding us towards the future of information technology. Without further ado, let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Sadar M.N. Slam as he takes the stage to deliver the keynote address on quantum computing, technologies, programming, applications, and the future, and its urgent adoption. Professor Slam, the stage is yours.
Of a quantum computer, the latest developments, the latest photo, now it still is quite big, but the classical computers were very big initially, but now we have PCs, but quantum computers are also now becoming smaller, and some countries also have developed portable quantum computer, but the main ones are still big like this. So this photo shows that you can see this is a quantum computer being watched by American president. So if you search on the internet, you will see there are other several photos like this where the head of the state and governments, they are observing or watching or inspecting quantum computers. So that shows that the quantum computer is computing is a very important issue in the current world, and the whole world is paying a lot of attention to this technology, its development and its impact on human beings and the world. So just to show you some of the significance by these photos, that quantum computers are very important in the current world. So that is the topic of my presentation. So in the presentation, I will cover the following points. The first, I will introduce quantum computing, and then the foundation of quantum computing, like discuss quantum theory, computing technologies and mathematics, then quantum hardware and quantum software and algorithms, and still there is a need for error correction in current quantum computing system. So I will discuss what is that issue and how to correct get correct results from quantum computing. And I'll also briefly mention quantum programming languages and tools used to program quantum computers, and mention some of the applications of quantum computer currently being done in the world, or which are future possibilities. I will mention them especially in the area of application in computer science and computer quantum, resulting in quantum artificial intelligence, quantum machine learning, quantum security, and other technologies in science, engineering, health. So there are some of the applications, and also the application of quantum computing in industries, in real life. That means the commercial uses of quantum computer. So quantum computing is a new technology. So I will there are challenges, issues, and opportunities, and future directions. So I will make some comments of where we are currently and where we are heading in the near future, and also the implication of quantum computing, because those familiar with the developments in technology, especially in the developments of quantum technologies and quantum computing, they know that quantum computing will actually change substantially the mankind and the world completely. It will be fundamental changes in all areas of life, and and these changes are more impacted by also combining quantum computing and artificial intelligence, what we call quantum artificial intelligence, two most important technologies in the current world. Quantum computing and artificial intelligence we can combine. And then I will also briefly mention the adoption of quantum computing. Why do we need to adopt large-scale quantum computing? What are the reasons, and how we can do it also very soon? Also make some brief comments on that topic. And I have started a YouTube video channel in this area, so I have sent to some of you for this presentation, so you can subscribe to the channel, and that will also give more information about the issues and topics that I will briefly discuss in my presentation today. So there are 22 technology videos in that channel, so you may find them useful and interesting because they are very short YouTube videos. So quantum computing, we know that quantum computing is emerging. Many countries, as I have said, paying a lot of attention, money, fund, support to develop quantum computing facilities, hardware, software, skill, and knowledge and applications. So this is an emerging area, I think most important. Some people think that the quantum theory, quantum physics, or quantum computing, these are probably the most significant invention by human being in the history of mankind. Most significant invention, because quantum computing and quantum technologies will change human life, living, the world, the earth, even possibly the universe significantly. That is, these are the prediction of quantum physicists, quantum physics, saying the quantum computing and quantum technology will change everything that we see in the current world. And there are some current applications, although mainly for academic research or more selected research application, but the more widespread market application or commercial business applications are coming soon. The one thing is becoming also very familiar to many people, the word concept quantum supremacy. The quantum supremacy means quantum technologies and quantum computers are substantially better than other computers or other technologies. Some, they have highly, substantially higher computing capabilities in terms of time and power and convergence, but also to avoid NP-hard problems. But also quantum computers, it's not only the power, there are many computational problems cannot be done by classical computers, can be done by quantum computers. Therefore, quantum physicists nowadays, they are using the term quantum supremacy. That means quantum computers are better than other computers, and it's already established or accepted in the profession and in the world that quantum computers are certainly better than classical computers in terms of is computing efficiency, power, time, but also capabilities. One example that may, they give clarify this position, like Google last year did some computation using their quantum computers, and that computation took 2.5 minutes. They have given this information on their website, but they claim that if we use classical supercomputers, the current supercomputers, that will take to do the same computation, current computers will take 10,000 years. And quantum physicists, they claim that one day when we have the full-fledged quantum computers, full powerful, that can be done, and that quantum computers will be able to compute things that classical computers will take life of the universe. That means they will be never able to compute. So that shows how powerful is going to be the quantum computers. So therefore, the trend is to use the word quantum supremacy. That means quantum computers are supreme. The quantum computing is an extremely difficult subject. Quantum is coming from quantum physics. Therefore, those who are science background, especially engineering, and many other people know that quantum physics has been the most difficult discipline subject for about last 100 years, because the concepts are very counterintuitive, and some people say the concepts of quantum physics and also the quantum computing are weird because they are counterintuitive, and so it is extremely mathematical because it involves using very advanced mathematics, including imaginary numbers. So that's why it's a very difficult discipline, and quantum computing, most of the world-renowned experts are physics professors. Not many people I know that they are from computer science background. So also because of this reason, it's very mathematical. It's very difficult to understand what are the underlying principles. So, but the complexity is because of the fact that quantum computing is actually based on the quantum theory and quantum principles. That means on the methods, concepts, and principles of quantum physics, quantum mechanics. So to develop quantum computing or doing quantum computing programming, we have to understand the quantum mechanics, quantum physics. We have to understand the technology side, like normal computer, we use 0 and 1. We call it bits. 0, 1 bit, 1 bit, but in quantum, this is changed to qubits. That means quantum bits. And the computational approach is also different in quantum computing. So this computation is based on some other technologies like quantum gates and also quantum circuits. So these are also another aspects of quantum computing and programming. And the last foundation is also mathematics. The quantum uses a separate some of the different type of mathematics. So especially we collectively call quantum mathematics. So it's a combination of algebra, imaginary numbers, game theory, chaos theory, And this starting with von Neumann, he introduced this initially about I think 70 years ago, 50 years ago, this a special area of mathematics called quantum mechanics or quantum mathematics. So we have to know these are the three areas of foundations of quantum computing: quantum physics, quantum technologies, and also quantum mathematics. So the quantum computing adopts the principles of quantum mechanics or quantum physics to do computation, to process and store information, and this is fundamentally completely different from current computers. Current computers we call quantum computers. Current computer we call classical computers, and quantum computers we will be calling, of course, quantum computing. So classical computers and quantum computing are fundamentally different. Like as I said, the current computers we use 0 and 1, but quantum computer separately, but quantum computers can use 0 and 1 simultaneously at the same time. It can solve many complex problems, and as a quantum computers leverage quantum phenomena like entanglement, especially where qubits become interconnected, enabling very powerful parallel computation. So because of time, and I also have a meeting very soon, so I will have to finish the talk quickly. Therefore, I will not go to many of the technical details. However, I'll just discuss some of the important aspects of quantum computing and also its application and programming. So the quantum theory is a branch in physics that describes the behavior of particles at the atomic and subatomic levels. Some of the principles, those who are in quantum physics, they know this. Some of the principles of quantum theory or quantum physics are the following. Like the particles at the subatomic level, they show dual particle wave duality. That means these particles, sometimes they are particles like material, but sometimes they also behave like a wave. So that's as you know, that's how something can have these two properties. So that's also confusing. And uncertainty principle in the subatomic level within atom, it is impossible to know precisely the state and the momentum and velocity of a particle. We can only guess the probability. And quantum superposition, that means particle can exist, one particle or one atom or one proton can exist at simultaneously at different places at the same time. And entanglement means that these particles can be connected with each other, though they are not physically very close. So and then on the basic, these are the principles of or foundation of quantum theory, and quantum computing is based on this principle to do computation, process information, and store information. So if we want to use quantum computing, then we have to learn those quantum physics fair bit, and then develop like programming skills. So quantum programming is also different from classical computer programming. So what I have said is summarized here in terms of quantum theory area and also the technology side. This is a block spare description of the quantum theory that I have discussed before. So as I said, because of time limit, I will not go to explain, but it shows that, one quantum in the quantum world, one particle can exist at different places of the circuit. And until we measure it, when we measure, then we can see it's a 0 or it's 1. And then we start, the computer will start the real calculation. So the quantum technologies, like in current computers, the technology is same, very similar almost. All computers operate using the same technology, the transistors processing through 0 and 1. But in quantum, it's developing, and there are a good number of technologies, different technologies for quantum computers. Different companies are using different quantum technologies to develop their quantum computers. So like superconducting is one form of quantum computer technology, trapped ions, photonic qubits, spin qubits, topological qubits, and Majorana qubits. So these are the different form of technologies different companies are using, but the mainstream technology is superconducting, which is being used in many areas in the world, including IBM and other some other mainstream quantum computing companies. And some of the important quantum computing has been successful being in the market for many different reasons, but one reason is that the quantum algorithms have been very successfully developed by different academics and practitioners. Some of the important quantum technologies which have developed paved the development of quantum computing are Shor's algorithm, Grover's algorithm, Fourier transformation, and some of the other variational algorithms, especially used for machine learning and quantum optimization, quantum game theory, and so on. One of the challenges that the quantum computing and quantum computers are facing is the errors, because the quantum computing, the computer should process information at at a very low temperature, sub-zero level processing, because the quantum computers are very sensitive to the environment. Any noise does make the quantum computers computing not correct results. They give some errors. There may be some errors in the result that we get. So, and this problem is still there, and there are different solutions for that. Like the companies are developing technologies which are they are fault resistant. That means error resistant. That means these computers don't have these problems. And the other approach is to do firstly the computation, and then if there are some errors the computer is generating because of noise, then the computer will give some warning, and then those error can be corrected. So, so there are some computer programs to correct those errors that can be generated in the process of computing by quantum computers. And technologies are developing very fast, and we are hoping in the near future there will be no error or fault tolerant quantum computers commercially available in the market. Quantum computers have at least academic or research level many applications already. As I said, the governments around the world and also companies, especially big tech companies, and also many startup companies are investing enormous amount of fund for developing quantum computers very quickly. So there are a lot of research and development activities going on around the world, and so the applications are have been in many different areas of quantum computing, though they are not commercial application. That means those applications are not still being made in a company or in a shop or in a transport. But in the academic or research level, the quantum computing applications have been made in many different areas. So this is an example. If we want to apply, say, a quantum apply quantum computing to solve a particular problem, then it's not theoretical only. Now we can develop a quantum program, apply the program, and make the application of the computing approach to solve a real life problem using real life computers. So for example, I just give a a computer program here. This is a computer program written in Python library called Qiskit, and then this is used to compute or solve a zero-sum game theory model for cyber security using quantum computing approach. So we can develop a computer program like this, apply it, and that we will get an algorithm and also a software that can be used to to address cyber security problem based on game theory. So it shows that things are developing, and as I said last time, I saw on the internet that in southern China they have developed the portable quantum computer you can buy from the market just and carry home. So the technology side has developed a lot, and programming side also, as I have shown you, is possible to do computer programming that can be used to address or solve or predict or simulate a real life problems. Some of the important areas of application of quantum computing are following. It's possible to apply quantum computing in all areas of life. So one important interesting thing that this people who are following the developments in the world, they will know that the world is changing fundamentally. Many things are confusing and worrying, especially the emergence of artificial intelligence, machine learning, which is also one area of my interest and expertise. So if we know the current developments in artificial intelligence, and then if we combine artificial intelligence and quantum computing together, then the things are becoming very uncertain. The future, we don't know what will happen. So especially the quantum physics and quantum technologies are claiming some of the very controversial, and some of them are weird claims, like the multiverse, immortality, long life, and quantum health. So some people think that quantum physics, quantum computing, quantum technologies are giving a new philosophy of life, new explanation of life, living, creation of life, creation of the world, creation of the universe. So some of the important things briefly, these are coming from quantum physics books. These are not my statements. So the summary from some of the very controversial and important claims or hypotheses of quantum physics are the following, like quantum life. The quantum physics, they say there is also one area branch, they call it quantum biology, quantum life. That means life can only be explained, the origin of life and living, and the process of living, development, decay, birth, and death. All these things can only be explained fully by using quantum physics or quantum computing or quantum theory. Quantum computing, quantum physics approach. Is that they say that the world is a big quantum computer, and in quantum life, they say that our body, our life, our head, is essentially a quantum computer, because the way quantum computers work, it works exactly 100% the same way the way our body works, in terms of processing information, in terms of the interaction of different atoms of proton, neutrons at the molecular level, and so on. So, and the another thing, important thing, the quantum physicists, they say, is multiverse. In our open eyes, depending on the Newtonian physics, we know that we know only one universe, including the solar system, galaxy, and all the other planets and stars and so on. We know only one universe, but quantum physicists, they think there are many, maybe million universes like our current universe. So they think that in those universes, we don't know what they are there, but they have some speculations. But they think that it is most likely that there is somebody like me in other universes giving the same presentation at the same time. So these are the claims by quantum physicists, multiverse. That means there are many universes, and it is possible that people, humans like us, live in this universe, also live in other universes at the same time. And the space in quantum physics, the space is a relative term based on theory of relativity, and they say that maybe one day, one of the thing of possibility of quantum computing is that through the quantum computing, quantum theory principle of entanglement, it is possible to send a human being, say for example, on the Mars within few seconds. So without really physically traveling to the Mars, which will not take time. So they say that it's possible to do using quantum technologies and quantum computer. So therefore quantum physicists, they say that therefore one day all human beings may migrate to other universes or other spaces in the current universe or other universes, so they may not live here. The human beings may find better places. And then issue of immortality, which is even more controversial. Quantum computer experts, physicists, they think that because the quantum computers will be able to simulate human body perfectly, therefore quantum computers will be able to diagnose the causes of aging, and they will find they claim that the quantum computers or physicists will be able to find this solution to the problem of aging. That means people will not become old. So aging will be able to be stopped by quantum computers. So that means the human beings or animals will never die. So that's one of their bold claims. So as you can see, the many of us, we probably don't know, but that things are changing, and the science is developing, taking a new turn. And as you can see, there is a new philosophy of life, living, universe, and all these things have emerged and getting more practically dominating, because in the past 100 years some of the claims have been always there by quantum physicists, but these are getting more wider acceptance and publicity, because quantum physics in the past was a theoretical discipline, but quantum physics and also especially because of the success in quantum technologies, especially in quantum computers, because quantum computers are now real. It can compute being used in many areas, many countries, and many real life applications. So because if they say that, if what the quantum physicists say, if they are not correct, how come their theories can make quantum computers which can do real life quantum computation? And how come quantum physics based some of the technologies are so successful, like that nanotechnologies and so on? So these are the sort of, there are many benefits and there are many issues. So what is the future of mankind? As I said, nobody knows. Different people are claiming different things. Some of the things are controversial. But whatever is the situation, many countries at the national level spending a lot of money, including America, Australia, Europe, and so on. And one of the issues is the skill shortage, because quantum computing is a new discipline and it's very highly mathematical, so that not many people are trained in that area. So one of the priority areas for the university academics, deans, head of the departments, and other researchers is to develop this skill in their universities and academic institutions. So many benefits. We cannot stop quantum computing, especially when quantum computing and artificial intelligence are combined together. But there are a lot of challenges and problems, issues that I have mentioned. Some of them, some of the concerns for, especially in the artificial intelligence area, that robots may overtake human being one day, and there is a risk of the autonomous weapons, because these nuclear weapons around the world are activated, operated, and enabled by artificial intelligence. And if we have artificial intelligence on quantum computer, then they will be more powerful. But the question is, what happens if there is a technology accident? Those nuclear-headed autonomous weapons may start firing around the whole world, and that can be the end of the world, and so on. So these are some of the issues people are talking. So it is whatever is the situation, the benefits are projected to be too big. So therefore, all countries' national policies have been to develop quantum computers, and that should be the case in universities and research organizations, and it's necessary to give priority by different technology departments and computer science departments to adopt for teaching research quantum computing courses. There are different benefits that which are listed here, so they should be adopted soon. Otherwise, the countries, they will fall behind in adopting quantum computers. They will fall behind in the global race of economic development and leadership and supremacy. So because of this the benefit of computational power is speed, problem solving capacities, breakthroughs in science, and enhanced securities, quantum computers should be adopted soon. And to adopt the companies, countries, they should develop separate strategies, how they should adopt. There are some need for assessment of needs and learn the discipline and collaborate, learn from other people, develop algorithm, and so on. And there is need for separate budget in all areas, at the national level, at the company level, at the university level, and so on. So as I said, I am relatively new in that area, but I have started very serious research and publications, including several books and so on. And as I have said, my LinkedIn sites have more information about the developments. I will keep on posting, especially my YouTube videos. And this is my passion, is my professional interest and responsibility to develop the quantum computing area for academics, for the world, to make the world a better place, to make a better people, better technology, and a better world. So from professional point of view, I have a professional responsibility to collaborate and collaborate with academics and professors around the world. So I am happy to follow up. If you have any comments, you can ask me now, or you can also send me an email, or you can contact me through LinkedIn. I am happy to support or mentor academics and students to do research and develop this discipline further. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Sadar, for your exuberant presentation.
The pursuit of knowledge can be both exhilarating and undoubtedly thirst-inducing. Therefore, now it's time to enjoy a well-deserved tea break. After the tea break, there will be 3 insightful technical sessions, each aimed to offer a unique perspective on key facets of information technology. Our distinguished speakers will unravel complex topics, share groundbreaking research, and foster a collaborative atmosphere. Technical Session 1 on Computer Vision, chaired by Dr. Tushari Silva and Mr. S.G.S. Heva Valpita, and will be held at 1LH01A Hall. Technical Session 2 on Artificial Intelligence, chaired by Dr. Rukshmina Dabare and Dr. Asanka Gunawardena, and will be held at 3LH01A hall. Technical session 3 on data science and data-driven applications, chaired by Dr. Sandhan Dasanayaka and Dr. Sagar Sumatipala, will be held at this place. Technical session 4 on technology trends, chaired by Dr. Upeksha Premaratna and Dr. Ramesh Tanuja, will be held at 1LH02A hall. Technical session on agile development, conducted by Mr. Askar Inan, Associate Director Software Engineering, Cambio Software Engineering, will be held at 1LH03 hall. We cordially invite all participants to attend them after the tea break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to take your tea break and have rest for yourself around 10 minutes, and please attend to the sessions as quickly as possible. The technical sessions will be taking place on Thank you very much.
He is a senior lecturer at Department of Computational Mathematics, Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. He obtained his Doctor of Engineering in Information Science and Control Engineering from Nagaoka University of Technology, Japan in 2015, and his Master of Engineering in Management Information System Engineering from the same university in 2012. Dr. Sumathipala earned his Bachelor's in Computer Science and Technology and Computer and Information Sciences from the Sabragamua University of Sri Lanka. Currently, he is working as a senior data scientist at Circles Life, and his research interests include machine learning, natural language processing, and data sciences. Dr. Sagar Sumathipala's impact on academia landscape is profound and enduring. His unwavering desire of knowledge, dedication to mentorship, and visionary leadership serve as an inspiration to students as well as to future academics. Dear sir, we would be honored to welcome you as a session chair of ICITR 2023. Before we commence, I'd like to reiterate the presentation guidelines. Each presenter has 10-minute slot, and at the end of 8-minute mark, a card will be displayed signaling 2 minutes more. When you see the Time's Up card, kindly conclude your presentation. Following this, we have a 5-minute Q&A session conducted by our chairpersons. I trust that the instructions are clear. If you have any queries or concerns, feel free to ask. We are here to make this conference experience smooth and engaging for everyone. Let's ensure a seamless flow of presentation and discussions. With that, I invite paper ID number 127 to start her presentation.
Hello, good morning everyone. My research topic is Alzheimer's disease prediction using clinical data. So I am Rashmi Pereira and co-authored by Dr. G.U. Ganegoda from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease which causes nerve cells progressively degenerate or die, and also
the operator, he had shared one session, like a panel session, but he is not from the engineering. So the company, one company, helped him because he cannot ask any questions. Too far. He is from medical science. All the companies.
My research topic is Alzheimer's disease prediction using clinical data. I am Rashmi Pereira and co-authored by Dr. Upeksha Ganegoda from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease which causes nerve cells progressively degenerate or die. And also, Alzheimer's disease is one of the common form of dementia, and in early stages, people lost their memory, and last stages, they are unable to lose memory for environment. There are main research problem is a family with an Alzheimer's patient has great financial and emotional and social cost. And also, there are two medically accepted methods to diagnose Alzheimer's disease, brain biopsy and brain autopsy. Both two methods are risky and costly. When it comes to existing methods, most of researchers are highly relies on the invasive predictors like MRI images, but some studies have examined the effect of single characteristic in relative isolations. The main aim of my research is revolutionize Alzheimer's predictions and preventions through cost-effective, streamlined clinical data approach and to create a reliable tool for both doctors and patients to mitigate individual risk. When it comes to the approach, the overall approach is data-centric approach and avoiding the resource-intensive aspects of a traditional analysis. When it comes to my proposed methodology, in overall research, I used ADNI data set which contains more than 16,000 data, and this clinical data which includes demographic, memory impairments and the cognitive assessments. This is my first approach, data exploratory analysis. One notable graph is if the patient has higher educational level, so the risk of development of Alzheimer's disease is low. And also some researchers investigates if patient is female, there is high probability to having Alzheimer's diseases. According to ADNI dataset, there is not visualized prediction. When it comes to pre-processing part, in the data set there are so many categorical variables. So first I categorical to numeric, and in data set there are more than having 100 features. So there are some features highly correlated to each other. So I drop some values using like correlated methodology. In here, I mainly use two feature selection methods, filter methods and the wrapper method. These are the main classifications model I used: decision tree, random forest, logistic regression, support vector machines and the ADA boost. These are the key features for influence the Alzheimer's disease. Now you can see CDR-SB score has a highly influential factor, and now you can see people's education level is highly motivated to progression of Alzheimer's disease, and also age and mini-mental state examination. So now you can say if the education level is a high effect to the progression of Alzheimer's disease, so patients can get motivated to improve their educational level and cognitive capability. This diagram shows the feature importance part using decision tree. And in here, this ADA boost algorithm shows the two factors, what are the most influential factors for progression of in Alzheimer's disease. So CDR-SB, like cognitive disability like measurements, it's found by using like questionnaires. And LD total means like how many story points they can recall. So these two factors highly influential to the progression of Alzheimer's disease. In here it shows show how progression to if the two patients having some kind of memory impairment to the Alzheimer's disease, that now it's like a CDR-SB score is like the increment like progression rate like 0.0019. In here, this is the main evaluation results. Random forest performing well in filter method. According to the in here, the AUC is considered to the overall performance of the model across the possible thresholds. So in filter method, AU is area under the curve is 0.9396. And this is the evaluation results for wrapper method. And according to the wrapper method, area under the curve is 0.9393. So according to the both results, the filter method random forest is performing well. When it comes to limitations, this research primarily relies on the clinical data, but not incorporating multimodal data such as genetic, neuroimaging, and lifestyle factors. And also this research does not consider the external variables such as socioeconomics and environmental factors. When it comes to further works, the study primarily relies on clinical data, so we should incorporate in multimodal data source like genetic, neuroimaging, and lifestyle factors. And also we can use the external factors like environment factors. And yeah, that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for a very nice presentation. So the floor is open for 5 minutes for Q&A. Yes.
Okay. Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease. Juni. Like severity. Yes, like Alzheimer's disease is most common form of dementia, and it's like a neurodegenerative disease. So in the first stages, people lost their memory, and last stages, they even lost to like cognitive functions and forget all the things. Even they forget to when they eat or
one data set. No, just one data set. One data set. So no vertical measure, vertical measure, basically, but
no. I collected data from ADNI dataset. So this data collecting in I think USA. So in dataset contains like some patients having AD and some patients having middle cognitive impairment. Some patients are already normals. All the data are included in the dataset.
Maybe the last question is difficult. It's difficult if you measure your own data, the data not from the data set, that your own data measured in Sri Lanka. It's difficult or not difficult as your experience?
Yes, we are. So, yeah, that's why I told you. So, there are some gaps relating the data sets. So, sometimes it's not much for Sri Lanka. But the thing is, in Sri Lanka, it's hard to find like that kind of huge data set. That's why I use
Maybe. Okay. I think it's okay. That very good your presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, do you have any other questions from the audience? Yes.
First of all, my congratulations for your excellent presentation. I think it's very important. Alzheimer's disease, as a clinician, we know Alzheimer's disease is a very expensive to diagnose, to treat. So if your work can focus on those patients with higher risk, then we can concentrate resources on these high-risk patients. I think it's very worthwhile effort. It will have a greater impact on clinical practice. I have a question. In your presentation, you say you didn't include the socio-economic status in your prediction model, right? I'm wondering why is intentional, or why don't you include socio-economic status? Because we know that it actually have a great impact on the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease.
I think people has low economic levels, so they are.
Please use the microphone.
Also, yes. Actually, I read a lot of research papers. Some research papers said if the patient has high economic levels, so their problems are little bit low than people's having low economic levels. So that's why I use to get socio-economics values for further works. In these research papers, I didn't use that socio-economics values because I didn't find these values. But I think integrating all the values like socio-economics, demographics, and like family data, if the patient's mother has having Alzheimer's or not, so I think it's get a lot of accuracy and lot of effective.
Right. Any other question from the audience? Right. So from the chair panel, we have one question. Now, one of your objectives is to list the factors which can increase the risk of development of Alzheimer, right? Alzheimer disease. So now, in your case, you haven't used any MRI related data or any imaging sort of data. So one of the existing techniques to predict the Alzheimer disease is using these kind of images and MRI to accurately predict whether there is a certain risk of getting Alzheimer, right?
Yes.
So have you thought of doing any comparative study with whether your predictions and the image predictions would be accurate or not?
Yes, I read a lot of research papers. So the accuracy level of MRI image like 0.7, like that accuracy we got. They heavily relies on MRI image, but they don't include demographic variables. I think that's the case.
Right, there's another follow-up question. Now, in your data set, you have used people like demographic data, right?
Yes, demographic, clinical skills,
and other data. So now, if your data set is ill-represented, the way that you have selected the data, perhaps there may be a bias variance trade-off in your analysis, or perhaps the way that you have sample data from the clinical trials or clinical data sets, maybe they have high tendency of getting Alzheimer's. So have you thought of considering a different way of sampling and coming up with a more accurate prediction model?
No, At the moment, I didn't do the sampling methodologies. So this data set is fully annotated. So the annotated likes people having Alzheimer's, cognitive normal, and the MCI. So that's why I didn't use the sampling methodologies, fully annotated.
Right. Okay. So perhaps in the future you can decide on that. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So Alzheimer disease detection using blood gene expression data, paper by GDS Yasodhya and GU Ganegoda, Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa.
Hi everyone. Our paper titled Alzheimer disease detection using blood gene expression data. I'm Siddhamasodha and co-authored by Dr. J.U. Ganegoda from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. When it comes to the introduction, as mentioned earlier, Alzheimer's disease is a progressive neurological disorder which affects millions of people worldwide and primarily older adults, about 5 to 10%, and currently having no cure. It happens due to the development of amyloid beta plaques and tau protein tangles inside the brain, and which ultimately lead to the death of the nerve cells. Early detection were done by MRI and PET scans, which is often costly. Therefore, blood-based biomarker offers promising and cost-effective alternative for early AD detection. Then, but when it comes to the gene expression profiling, it becomes challenging due to the complex biology and numerous genes involved. In this research carried out to detect Alzheimer's disease on its early stages using blood gene expression data, which is ultimately support the slowdown of the development or prevention of the disease. When it comes to existing works, due to the recent advancement of the biotechnology, the full-scale analysis of genome take place, and also earlier studies were carried out using the biopsies and autopsies gene samples, which is difficult to explore in the clinical settings. Then researchers were focused on genome-wide association studies. However, it results in thousands of genes recommended as the potential risk factors for the Alzheimer's disease. Therefore, recent studies move forward the gene expression from blood to identify the Alzheimer's disease. In recent years, there are two large studies have been constructed, which is US-based ADNI and Europe-based ANM. Therefore, the researchers use those data with different feature selection methods and classification methods to come up with a tool in Alzheimer's disease prediction. The aim of this research is to identify a reliable genetic biomarker in determining the Alzheimer's disease, and also the objectives in identify reliable genetic biomarkers and optimize feature classification combinations, and also to enhance the understanding of AD genetics. This is the methodology of this research. It mainly consists of three main parts, which is the pre-processing of genetic data, and the feature selection, and then classification, and finally it will create 25 different models, and it will be evaluated using the AUC values. The dataset is extracted from the ADNI, which is the Alzheimer's Disease Neurology Initiative, which contains genetic, clinical, imaging, and biochemical markers related to the Alzheimer's disease. It consists of more than 2,000 participants, and the gene expression data contain about more than 49,000 probes. Therefore, these each and every individual probe is considered as each feature for our models. When it comes to the pre-processing steps, it consists of three sub-steps. The first one will be the selection of samples to be analyzed. Here we use the RIN value more than 6 to filter out the noisy RNA samples, and then we use the normalization as the RMA technique, and also ANOVA analysis of variance to extract the differently expressed genes from the sample. Then in the feature selection steps are carried out using the 4 different feature selection parameters like VAE, which is called the variation autoencoders, and TF related genes, transcription factor related genes, hub genes, and a CFG approach, which is a scoring method. Here 4 feature selection methods, and also without using the any feature selection methods, 5 different data sets were created in this step. After that, there are 5 different classification models which feed the data from the feature selection stage. It contains logistic regression, L1LR, support vector machine, random forest, and deep neural networks. Then the data from after applying different feature selection methods and different classification methods ultimately produce 25 different models, and the results indicate only 5 different models. They are having with 5 different classification techniques having the highest value of AUC values. Here at the middle you can see the logistic regression with the variation autoencoder having the highest AUC value of 0.77. This is the summary of the evaluation, where there are AUC values of 25 different models, and then at indicated middle DGs with variation autoencoder feature selection, and logistic regression as the classification having the highest AUC value. After the AUC values, identified the top 100 genes and their importance in the Alzheimer's disease. Here it lists down the top 5 contributing genes and also top 5 inhibiting genes for the Alzheimer's disease. And in conclusion, this Alzheimer's disease is a complex challenge, and then it demand precise early prediction since it involves in human lives. And due to the data set, it contains the class imbalance, and therefore area under the curve, which is a robust metrics in the performance assessment. In this research, we constructed 25 different models, and to identify, to evaluate each other, and to determine the best models for the creation of the tool. Therefore, we have in the highest AUC value of 0.77, having the variation autoencoder and the logistic regression, and also identified the 700 pivotal genes for AD prediction. Apart from this research, the research can be expanded in further works by comparing with the large other dataset, as I mentioned earlier, including both A&M datasets. We can improve the research in the future. And these are the references, and that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. So now the floor is open for a question session for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I had one question. I think that would you like to turn to that your one part? Yeah, that blue one. Next slide. And the next. And next. Selection of the gene. Now the relevant the gene, selection of the relevant gene, is it?
Yeah, these are we curate the 100 genes which result in the importance of the detection of the Alzheimer's disease, providing the model with the highest accuracy. There we having positive and negative values, and then the positive values result in the contribution genes according to the ADNI data sets.
So importance in the vertical axis, importance.
The upper part.
So my question is that how that the procedure you do this kind of evaluation? The procedure that you can reach the selection, the priority
That selection is done based on the highest accuracy model, and then it cross-check with other researchers about what are the main contribution genes which affect for the Alzheimer's disease, and then it curated as the graph. Those are the 100 genes which affect for determining whether the particular person having the Alzheimer's disease or not, according to our model.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think. Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think your study have a very broad database to start with. It will be very important. Only minor question. In this figure, you identify 5 genes that are positively associated with the Alzheimer's disease, 5 genes that are negatively associated. But I'm not very comfortable with saying that those 10 are 5 contributing genes and 5 inhibiting genes, because if you use this term, it implies that those genes, the expression or lower expression, cause Alzheimer's disease. I think this association doesn't necessarily mean causation. Am I correct? You understand my point?
The thing is like that top 5 genes were selected, they were involved in determining whether the particular person having Alzheimer's disease for that particular model, and then it also cross-checked with other researchers where researchers with biopsies where they only check whether the particular person were highly expressed genes for the particular disease. That's why it's indicated like that, because those genes and the genes which are below, they inhibit the progression of the disease of a particular having and that genome.
Yeah, you find 5 genes. 5 genes, high expression of the 5 genes are found in patients with high risk for Alzheimer's disease. But if you use contributing gene, you are implying that those 5 genes cause Alzheimer's disease. But actually, those 5 genes may be, the expression of those 5 genes may be is a result of a developing type of Alzheimer's disease. It's an association. They have association, but doesn't necessarily mean those 5 genes cause Alzheimer's disease. Maybe the contrary. Maybe Alzheimer's disease cause those 5 genes to be highly expressed. It's possible. The point is, association doesn't mean causation.
Yeah. Yes.
So, are there any other questions? Right. So, 2 questions from our end. One thing is about discrepancy between the area under the curve here on the paper and the presentation. So, for your variational autoencoders and linear regression model, the combined model yields an AUC of 0.76 according to the paper, but in the presentation you mentioned that it is 0.77. Is it a typo?
No, actually that the round of the 0.7666, one is round off to 0.77 actually.
Right. So you can have put it on the paper so that there's less discrepancy, because here we have 0.76. Given the nature of the AUCs that you can see in the combination of all these approaches, if it is 0.766 and then here it is 0.76 alone, and the presentation itself has 0.77, which means now if you take a look at LR and DEG, DEG and TF, you have, sorry, go back to the table please. So you have 0.7591 there and 0.76 there even. So if you take 0.76, then the 0.759 also can be approximated to 0.76. So have to be very careful when you are putting this. Right. Now there's another small comment about this. Now most of the, as I think the question was raised earlier as well, the data if I say, is more of concerned towards this Alzheimer disease people, like patients, if I may say. So perhaps there is something called class imbalance, like people who are from this data set might have a higher tendency of having Alzheimer. So maybe your model is just predicting what is there inside the data set. Perhaps you can have maybe a diverse data set, or have a different approach of clarifying whether your results are aligning with what you want to say. Maybe perhaps a comparison between what is already there in the literature would be much better. So that's just a kind of a comment. Right. Thank you. So yeah, so we can move on. Thank you. So right. Okay. Our next presenter is the paper ID 222, performance improvement of proxy server cache management using web usage mining. Tashan Linus from Information Technology Center, Trincomalee campus, and H.A. Caldera from the University of Colombo School of Computing.
Good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Linus, student of UCSC. So I am going to present my research work. Title is Performance Improvement of Proxy Server Cache Management Using Web Usage Mining. So these are the research outlines. First of all, introduction, then proxy server, problem statement, objective, literature review, research questions, research methodology evaluation, results and discussion, research contribution, and finally future work. So introduction. In general, web mining can be classified into three types: web content mining, web structure mining, web usage mining. So web usage mining, it depends on the server log file. There are three kind of server log files: browser log, web server log, and proxy server log. My research work depends on proxy server log file. So in present conditions, we know all sectors are switching from manual to web-oriented applications. Therefore, internet users are increasing drastically. So the server load, network traffic, and latency have been increased. So proxy server one of the approach to minimize these latencies. For example, so we know how what is the proxy server caching techniques. For example, if a user requests a web object, that request will be sent to the proxy server. The proxy server, it has a cache memory. It checks whether that requested object is already stored in the cache memory. If it is stored in the cache memory, then that requested object will be sent from the proxy server without communicating the web server. So server load, network traffic, latency have been minimized. But the problem is the cache memory is limited. So we need to focus on popular web object to store in the cache memory. But in present, the unwanted web objects are stored in the cache memory, which is called cache pollution. So next problem is cache replacement policies. As I already mentioned, the cache memory is limited. So if the cache memory is full, then some older object needs to be removed from the cache memory. So cache replacement policies handle to remove older object. There are three additional cache replacement algorithms: least recency used, least frequency used, size replacement policies. They only consider one factor at a time: recency or frequency or size. But there is no any cache replacement algorithm to consider the popular web object. So objective of my research to improve the cache management strategy. Other sub-objective to reduce the response time of user request, to save the network bandwidth and reduce the server load. So literature review, many researchers have been investigated regarding this domain, but it has some limitations. For example, they didn't investigate the popular web object with considering sessions or user identifications. and also they only consider one factor at a time to remove the old objects. So my research questions, how to enhance the cache management strategy using log mining. So here I'm going to, I determine the server and find the session identification and then categorize the web object and use the classification algorithm. So data collection, I collected the log data set from Ringamalli campus with getting permission the rector of the campus. Approximately there are 630,000 records within 2 weeks. There are 11 attributes in the log data set: date, time, duration, IP address, HTTP port, packet size, method, URL, HTTP version, content type, referrer, and user agent attributes. So next, research methodology. There are two parts. The first one, data pre-processing, and then classification. So in the data cleaning, which means removing irrelevant records. For example, request from automatic web robots. This kind of records are stored in the log file. So we have to remove those kind of records. So HTTP states codes indicates whether that request object is successful or not. So from that information, we can remove unsuccessful request. And sometimes proxy calls some internal dependencies. This kind of information also is stored in the cache memory. So after data cleaning, the next step is to identify the users. So the IP address, we can use IP address attributes to identify the user. When we use DHCP protocol, at the time we can use combination of IP address and user agent attributes to identify the user. After identifying the user, we have to identify session. We know a user can have many sessions. So researchers have investigated to identify the session. They use storing cookies, providing username and password, heuristic based method. But the storing cookies and the username and password, that is a user didn't like to provide the username and password to browse the internet. So it is also privacy concern. So that's why user also investigate heuristic based method. In 1999, Cooley and Srivatsa, they proposed they empirically find that 30 minutes threshold time for 2 consecutive records. Within that 30 minutes, we can consider these 2 records as a one session. If it is greater than 30 minutes, then we can separate that 2 records as different sessions. So then after identify the sessions, the next step is categorization of the web object. In 2000, Sudong and Bestovers, they empirically find to calculate the priority value for each web object. So priority value can be calculated the summation of frequency and latency that's divided by the size of the web object. After calculate the priority value, I ordered that web object in ascending order, then find some threshold value to identify the label for whether that object is high or average or low priority object. So next step is classification. So first assign the target attributes for the data set, and then split the data set 70% for the training, 30% for the testing. In generally the log data set, it is an imbalanced data set. So many records are unpopular web objects. So small sampling technique is used to handle the imbalanced data set. Then for the model selection, I selected 4 models: naive-Bayes, support vector machine, artificial neural network, and decision tree. From the literature review, the researcher who got good accuracy rate for their data set. So evaluation of the model, I used accuracy rate. We know when we consider imbalanced data set, the accuracy rate is not a good indicator. So that's why I also consider precision, recall, and mean squared error. So we can see the results. This is an accuracy comparison. When we consider this graph, the MLP classifier is outperforming compared to other 3 algorithms. I also consider precision and recall F1 score. For example, precision for the MLP classifier 96% and recall 95%, and F1 score for the MLP classifier is 95%. For these comparisons, we determined that MLP classifier is outperforming compared to other algorithms. And then evaluation of the web cache, the cache replacement algorithm. Here I used 2 performance metrics, hit ratio and byte hit ratio. Hit ratio is calculated as number of hits in the cache memory, which means that is without communicating the web server, that is divided by the total request. And then byte hit ratio, that is calculated as number of bytes satisfied from the cache memory, that is divided by the total bytes request by the client. And these are the results for the web cache. So in the left side image indicate the hit ratio. The x-axis represent the cache size from 8 MB to 1 GB, and y-axis represent the hit ratio. So we can clearly observe that the size classifier is performing well compared to the traditional algorithm. So when we consider byte hit ratio, there also we can clearly observe that size classifier performing well with in term of hit ratio and byte hit ratio. So from this comparison, we determine size classifier, size MLP classifier is a good good cache replacement algorithm for the proxy server. Okay, future work to investigate the real-time performance of the proposed scheme within the proxy server software. These are the reference. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the presentation, and the floor is open for the questions for 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, maybe I can a little idea that I contribute. Would you like to turn to the last page, last slide? Yes, last slide. Your future work. Future work. Future work.
Future work.
Yes. So my suggestion is that because you do very good, that even that you propose a new screen that to the proxy server cache. So how to evaluate is maybe a good question. Fair and be recognized that very reliable, that the evaluation system to do that kind of even the rating your work is good. So I consider one kind of develop independently one that kind of the fault emission system, more like that you can generate automatically massive of the data, that kind of threads of the data, and to do your evaluation. I think can arrive good quality that they propose the method, and maybe also that convince to the researchers. So is my suggestion.
The performance metrics can be identified that 2 performance metrics from the literature review. So I used the simulation environment to calculate these 2 performance metrics, but in the real-time environment, in the future work, I'm going to plan to do the real-time environment setup.
I consider that maybe not at first, currently maybe not the chance, not the time to real-time application. You can consider that even offline, but you have a good evaluation, comparison your performance with the other method, even off time, but a lot of data randomly emission from one one independent machine and use that data for evaluation. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Right. So we have a few questions as well. Now, in your paper, figure number 2, confusion matrix, and can we go to the presentation confusion matrix, please? All right. May I know the specific reason why you have opt out using the number values here? When you talk about the confusion matrix, you have the comparison, and then you have the number, the accuracy value. What do you mean by this? Just the tick mark and the, okay, so you just want to emphasize it as a separate figure, is it? Yes. Right. So which means on the figure itself, your okay, so what you're suggesting is this table and that table is the same.
Yes.
They are the same, right? Right. So, right, this is getting a bit confused with the figure number 2 here, because it is irrelevant in the context if I highlight, because you can put it as a table itself. So, right, that question is there. And the other thing is, have you considered now in your data set, you are using URLs as well, right?
Yes.
The access URLs,
Yes.
I guess. So have you considered about any ethical violations here?
No, sir. First, I hide all the IP address. So then I categorize the 10 attributes from that URL. Then I did the pre-processing step.
So what you're suggesting is you haven't considered any correlation between the IPs and the URLs? No, right?
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Right. Thank you. Right. Okay. Our next presenter is paper number 225, modeling Sri Lankan GDP using macroeconomics indicators, an approach using principal component. Sachini Karunaratna from Department of Mathematics, University of Runa. Thilini Piyathilaka, Department of Computational Mathematics, University of Moratuwa.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Good afternoon. I'm Sachini Karunaratna. I'm going to present my research study under the topic Modeling Sri Lankan GDP using macroeconomic indicators and approach using principal component analysis. The author is Dr. Thilini Piyathilaka. First of all, I would like to give you a brief introduction to my research topic. As you all know, economics help people to understand the world around them. Basically, economics divided into two parts as microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics look at the behavior of the individuals, companies, households, while the macroeconomics look at the economy as a whole. Macroeconomics are the key reflectors of the economic growth of a country. To give you some examples for the macroeconomic indicators, they are interest rate, inflation rate, unemployment rate, likewise. Then I would like to give you an introduction to the GDP or the gross domestic product. Gross domestic product is the standard measure that is being used in a country to track the health of the economic growth. In our study, we are going to model this GDP using the macroeconomic indicators. Since our study is basically based upon the Sri Lankan context, I would like to show you the economic growth of Sri Lanka for the past years. This figure shows the economic growth of Sri Lanka from the year 2005 to 2022. According to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, the report of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka 2022 quarter 1 states that the economic growth is negative 1.6% for the last year. Why modeling these macroeconomic indicators are important? Because these macroeconomic indicators analyze the current and future trends of the economy of a country. And also, analyzing these macroeconomic indices will help to prevent the future economic bankrupts. So, our research problem is to see how the mathematical models effectively evaluate the GDP of Sri Lanka by incorporating these macroeconomic indices. Our main aim is to develop a mathematical model to determine the most prominent macroeconomic indicators that impact on the economic growth of Sri Lanka. And our sub-objectives are to recognize the macroeconomic indicators which can be used to describe the Sri Lankan economic growth, and to determine the existing patterns and similarities between the selected macroeconomic indicators, and to fit models to determine the most prominent macroeconomic indicator which impact on the GDP, and also to predict the economic growth of Sri Lanka with the use of the identified macroeconomic indicators. To talk about the research gap, in many other countries, researchers have done analyzing the modeling the GDP based on these macroeconomic indicators, but the Sri Lankan researchers have considered about the stock market performances based on these macroeconomic indicators. So our study will be a new approach for the Sri Lankan context. Moving to the methodology, we have selected 18 macroeconomic indicators by doing a thorough literature review and also by extracting from the Central Bank of Sri Lankan reports. The data were collected for the period of 1976 to 2018 from the World Bank website. This is the proposed approach. First of all, we are going to recognize what are the macroeconomic variables that describes the Sri Lankan economic growth. As I said earlier, we have selected 18 macroeconomic variables. Then, in order to determine the existing patterns and similarities between them, we have applied the principal component approach method. Thereafter, with the use of the identified principal components, we have developed mathematical models to measure the impact of the macroeconomic indicators towards the economic growth of Sri Lanka. We have incorporated the selected principal components with the hierarchical regression analysis method. These are the steps of the principal component analysis method. Without describing these steps, I would like to directly move for the results section. Here, the correlation plot shows the intercorrelations between the selected macroeconomic variables. As you can see, the red area shows the highly correlated variables with the GDP, and you can see two variables. The inflation rate and the birth rate is negatively correlated with the GDP. This result has earlier described by the area experts. Since the GDP is adjusted for the inflation rate, that is why we are getting a negative relationship between the inflation rate and the GDP. And to talk about birth rate, think if the birth rate is increasing in a country, then there will be barriers to reduce the poverty. Therefore, the GDP growth rate will be decreased. So, this negative relationship between the GDP and the birth rate is also acceptable. The same result is shown by the variable correlation plot. As you can see, almost all the except the two variables, inflation rate and the birth rate, all the other arrows are in the opposite side. Our next step was to select the number of principal components. We have used three criteria to select principal components. The first one is eigenvalues greater than 1 criteria, and the cumulative percentage of variance greater than 80, and the third one is the script criteria. Here as you can see, two components are having eigenvalues greater than 1. And the cumulative percentage of variance of both of these two components is 91.02. And also from this script plot, you can see after the second principal component, the script plot shows that script plot is declining. So we have selected two principal components to continue our study. Thereafter, we have taken the rotated component matrix of the principal components, and as you can see, since we have selected two principal components, the first principal component highly resembles the government activities that involve with the economy, and the second principal component, you can see that the second principal component contains population, birth rate, life expectancy at birth, likewise. So it highly resembles the human capital involved with the economy. Thereafter, we have with this selected principal components, we have developed hierarchical multiple regression models. Here, the independent variables are entering into the model in stepwise. The first model contains only the first principal component, and as you can see, the coefficients are significant, and I have here given our first model. In the second model, the second principal component has been entered into the model, and there also the model is significant, and our second model is as given in this slide. Thereafter, we have checked the accuracy of this model, and as you can see, the second model has the highest R-squared value and the lowest mean squared error value. Therefore, we have selected the second model to predict the Sri Lankan economic growth. And the residual diagnostic test also been done, and using the residual versus fitted plot, we have shown that the residuals are normally distributed. Thereafter, using both of these two models, we have done a simulation study, and as you can see, the second model was too closer to the actual GDP values. So, in conclusion, to give you a summary, in our study, we have used principal component analysis method and hierarchical regression analysis technique to achieve our main objective and the sub-objectives, and thereafter we have identified the patterns and similarities between the macroeconomic indicators by using the principal component analysis technique, and we have identified two principal components. The first one resembles the economy with the government activities, and the second one the human capital with the economic activities. And afterwards, we have developed two mathematical models using the hierarchical regression methodology, and we have validated our models using a simulation study. As the future direction, we can as you can see, these macroeconomic variables are highly uncertain, so we can use fuzzy logic techniques to do this mathematical modeling part. And these are some of the references. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any question from the audience? You have 5 minutes. Yes, please. No. Okay. Any other question from the audience? Right. Okay. Now when you are looking at macroeconomic variables, they are basically talking about a country in general, right? So now for your principal component one, you have mentioned that that falls under government related things. Now when you think about that, and since you have identified that there is a cluster of variables that belongs to a principal component one that entirely talks about the government related things, have you thought of doing a factorial analysis on this?
I think it will be a better approach, sir. I expect to do a factor analysis also.
Right. Now, if you think about the predictability of the model, do you think that if you look at the variations associated with the macroeconomic variables, this particular model will hold? Or if you have you considered the sensitivity of the model, perhaps with the different variabilities inside the model itself?
No, sir, for this study, I haven't done so. I think it is a good suggestion. Thank you very much, sir.
Right. So any other questions? So if not, we can. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Our last presenter, number 238, an agile project management supporting approach for estimating story points in user stories. Jitmini Vanigasuriya, CRJ Amalraj, Department of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Kalsi Jitmini and the co-author is Dr. Amarraj. My research is about agile project management supporting approach for story point estimation in user stories. In the next slide, I have expressed my inputs as the title and description, and the output is estimating the story points. So in agile project management, the mostly important part section is the sprint planning. I have collected a survey regarding 61 responses of different 61 companies, and to check whether what are the management methodology that they use widely, and also what are the main concerns in a user story, and also which is the tool which they use for the project management. And the outcome was like agile project management is the one which they use, and also the title and description, and also the priority of the task and the comment take the most priority in a user story, and also the Jira is the tool that they use frequently in the software companies. So as an explanation, I have here I have mentioned the importance and the problems in story point estimation in user stories. As the importance, it avoid the budget overrun and delay project, avoid the delays in the project delivery, and avoid the project failures. And also the problems I have seen in the manual estimation of manual estimations, like it's time consuming, and also over and underestimation happens, and it based on the experience kind of things. So it the problems are like that. So in my model, the main aim is to develop a model which can predict the story points with having a low error rate. So the objectives are like this. So I'm going to in here I have compared the other researchers and carried out my own way by gathering low error rate methodologies and created my model. In the other work section, I have found that there are four main methods that they use for the story point calculation, such as deep learning model, which is we called as LDRNM model. The main con that I have seen in this model is it is time consuming, and it only consider all the words in the description and title and in the embedding process, and this range limit the range of the existing story points. And but the ME value, mean absolute mean error value, is here it is reduced. It is we can see the lowest error rate in this model. And the next one is using the developer features. This model is, I'm not saying that this is a good way of doing the methodology, so I haven't choose this method for my approach. Like, it only considers developer features, but we don't see developer features in every user story. In most of the user stories we don't see developer features, so this method is, as a con, I see using developer features is not a very efficient way of calculating story points. And also there is only out of 8 projects, 3 projects get a good result. So the next one is estimating story points using document fingerprint. This method can be used only there is a similar kind of user story, so it's used like plagiarism checker kind of similar technique. So this cannot be used to predict much better predictions for the story point calculations. So in the fourth method is we call it as auto estimation approach. It is a kind of enhancement of the planning poker method. So this is only considering a small amount of data set, so it is it is hard for using a large amount of data set. Currently the software companies are using large amount of user stories and user stories for their projects. So the next one, I have categorized the feature extraction methods and their error rates, which is the mean absolute error is very low in embedding an LSTM model, and the accuracy is higher in the embedding an LSTM model than the TF-IDF and fingerprint technique and bag of word methodologies, method for feature extraction. So I have mentioned the research papers which is kind of emphasizing these techniques, and the next one is I have showed the different kind of classifications which I gone through the researchers and found out, and what are the error rates which is giving a lower error rate using SVM classification. So SVM performs better than the other approaches like J48, planning poker, and naive Bayes approaches. So in the next slide, I have shown my methodology. According to the findings, I have divided it to main 2 sections like feature extraction classification, and also there is a pre-processing stage at the beginning of the process. So I have taken the title and description as my inputs because we can find the title and description in every user story. Mostly they are the required information for a user story, and the other things like priority, fixed version, they cannot be seen in every user story. So we can apply this model to every user story related software projects and calculate the story points. So in the first pre-processing stage, I data filtering, data cleaning, and get a title and description is kind of going through a pre-process process, and remove punctuations, tokenization kind of things happen, and stop word removing, and finally after combining the title and description, we moves to a word embedding a section and create a final vector to a LSTM model. So in the next slide, I have mentioned the reasons why I use these stop word removers and word to vec method and word embedding technique and LSTM and RHN techniques for my model. Stop word removal is not done the previous approaches, but as for the semantic meanings, the stop words does not affect for the semantic meaning. So we can remove the stop words in this model and improve the accuracy. And rather than the other word to vec method, rather than the other embedding techniques and feature extraction techniques, I choose the word to vec embedding technique because it doesn't consider about the fixed length vectors, and it give it more about like scattering is done, like scattering is not done in this word to vec process, so we can there's no need of to get a much accuracy. We need to train a lot of data, so word to vec embedding is giving us a semantic meaning and kind of improving the model and through when going through the LSTM model also. So in the next slide, I have showed that how I do the process by giving an example. So in the first, I extract the user story points, and then title and description are extracted. Then I go through the punctuation removers and stop word removers and do the tokenization. In here, stop word removal is happen, and finally I create a combined title and description. In the word embedding section, I give the vector value for each word, and at the LSTM abstraction, I collect a document vector value which gives a final vector, which enables to get a final vector value using the deep representation. And after that, through the classification, I give a story point for each user story. So this process happens for all the user story in a software project, and we can get a list of estimated story points for each user story. So in here, I have used a training and testing data set, and for calculating the error rate, so there are two error rates, that mean absolute error and mean magnitude relative error. So I choose getting the mean absolute error because the mean magnitude relative error is more biased to the low measurement values, so we can get a more accuracy and related to the mean absolute error. Next one is my evaluation. So in here I have used 4 projects, which is a data set of more than 7,000 data, and calculate MAE values for the each project and get the average. So the LDRNN model is the most the error rate is lower in LDRNN model. So my proposed approach is giving a 4.6% of accuracy, better than those approaches, and I have showed my output image also in here. So the limitations I see in this model is it only consider textual features, not going through the developer features, and the title and description must be there for the calculations, and only one input is not enough. So currently it is only considering about the English language. So as the further work, I think this can be improved to.
Right. Okay. Thank you, because we are running out of time. Any questions from the audience? Right. So I have 2 questions. One thing is, when you are looking at the stories from clients or any project management task, don't you think that you need to consider the Bayesian logic of it, like Bayesian LSTM, because there's a context between what someone says, and if you look at the prior story of it, if you are going to analyze, like if you look at BERT algorithm or Bayesian LSTM, you can consider the context of a sentence. Now in your analysis, what I see is mainly like linear like LSTM, basic LSTM. Why did you not choose that when it comes to this?
So as for the researchers, so I thought that choosing that methodology, that the thing I saw in the other researchers is that they have LSTM technique and both techniques. So what I do is I took the most reduced error rates and took their approach, and the first one I taught about the minimum error rate is the LSTM, which is, and also the SPM classification of their approaches. So I combine those approaches together to improve that methodology, and that's what I did in this model.
Okay, thank you. No questions, right? So, right, with that we conclude the session. And I'll hand over to the computing team.
We have concluded each presentation enriched with valuable insights from our esteemed chairpersons. A heartfelt thank you to everyone for your active participation. We extend our sincere appreciation to our chairpersons for dedicating their time and effort to make this session a success. In the spirit of gratitude, I am pleased to invite Dr. Thilini Piyathilaka to express our token of appreciation for Dr. Sandun Dasanayaka. Your dedication has significantly contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Sagar Sumatipala to accept our token of appreciation. Your dedication has significantly contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
At Cambio, we want to make a difference for society by transforming and improving health and social care. We do that by providing qualitative, open and collaborative solutions, embracing ecosystems and new e-health paradigms. We constantly raise the bar, consider tomorrow's challenges to enable our customers to provide tomorrow's health and social care today.
his academic career at the National Taiwan University Medical School, earning a Bachelor of Medicine in 1984. He further advanced his education in the United States, obtaining a Master's in Molecular Biology from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and a PhD in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Professor Wang's professional journey includes roles as an associate professor at National Yang Min University and a resident in radiation oncology at the Veterans General Hospital, Taipei. He currently serves as an adjunct associate professor and head of the Department of Radiotherapy at Cheng Sin Hospital. Professor Wang's research has significantly impacted the field of oncology, particularly in improving radiotherapy for cancer treatment. His notable work includes studies on the radiosensitivity of tumor cells and the application of nanotechnology in oncology. His contributions have been published in several esteemed scientific journals, marking significant advancements in cancer treatment and research. Now, we cordially invite Professor Chang Yi-Wan to the stage to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm honored to have the opportunity to come to Sri Lanka and give a talk here. But before my talk, I would like to show you a slide here. So don't worry, it looks like a political map, but I don't have a political agenda here. Just try to show you the interesting similarity between Sri Lanka and Taiwan. A few years ago, I was traveling in northern Italy, and one day I entered a cathedral, and there was a religious service inside. And I was surprised to find that most people in the cathedral are not native Italian. They have darker skin like you guys. So, and there were like 300 or 400 people inside. So I was intrigued. So I asked a gentleman next to me. So I asked him, "Who are you? Why are you gathered here? You don't look like a native Italian." And he told me that they are Sri Lanka immigrants in Italy. He said because there are so many Sri Lanka immigrants near that city, so the church have a religious service for Sri Lanka every month, gathering from the same country. And the nice gentleman think that I don't know where is Sri Lanka, so he gave me an introduction of your country. He told me that Sri Lanka is a small island next to a very big country, India. And I also said that India is very keen to build a railroad connecting Sri Lanka and India, and I don't like that. And I say to him, "Oh, how interesting. I just need to change the country, India and Sri Lanka, to China and Taiwan, and I can say exactly the same thing for our country." So as you can see in this map, oops. I think somehow Chinese government deleted my map. Anyway, Taiwan is also a tiny country next to a big country, China, and very close. And Chinese government is also keen to build a railroad connecting both countries. I think it's stuck. I cannot move the slide. Can someone help me here? It's working, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
next one. So next here. Okay. Thank you. So this is Taiwan and China. How similar are both countries? As you can see, I'm definitely not an IT guy. I have a problem operating the PC. I'm a medical doctor. So what am I doing here in a conference for IT persons? It started 4 years ago. A smart graduate student from Sri Lanka, Chamani, he came to Professor Yang's lab, and she would like to initiate a research program, use AI, combine AI and medicine. She would like to create an AI model which can predict what's the best treatment for cancer patients. That's why Professor Yang asked my cooperation. So, and during this cooperation, we built the initial step to use AI for the future of medicine. And during this research work, I also look back the history of medicine, and I start to understand how important is information technology for the future development of medicine. So today, I wouldn't tell much about the information technology, which is not my expertise. I would like to go through with you the recent 200 years history of medicine. I would like to let you see in the past, the progression of medical knowledge is such a slow process at the cost of patients' life. And in the future, with information technology, we can have a quantum leap of the advancement of medical knowledge and greatly improve patients' health. So my general topic will be, I will review the advancement of medicine in the past 200 years, and I would like to show you how retrospectively the progression of medicine in the past is such a slow process with many mistakes. Usually we made a right step and then followed by 2 wrong steps. It's a very, very slow process. But in the future, with the help of bioinformatics, the progression of medical knowledge can be accelerated. And the last, I will show our limited experience on this field. So let's see how are we physicians, medical doctors doing in the past 200 years. This is a map showing the average life expectancy in 1800, 200 years ago. As we can see here, the red represents median life expectancy between 25 and 40 years. That means 200 years ago, all over the world, when a baby was born, he can expect to live like 40 years. It's a normal thing, only 40 years. So if this meeting was held 200 years ago, I wouldn't be here. I was buried already. That's 200 years ago. If we fast forward 150 years, we can see a lot of improvement has been made. Green represents 60 years. We can see that North America, Europe, especially Northern Europe, have done a great deal of advancement. Taiwan here and Sri Lanka is not bad. We have reached like 50 years. We have an average life expectancy of 55 years. That's like 70 years ago. And how about today? Today we can see almost all the whole world except Africa have life expectancy close to 80 years. North America, Canada, Europe, Taiwan, also Sri Lanka. We also close 80 years of life expectancy. So from 40 to 80 years. Within 200 years, we almost double the life expectancy. If we look at these 200 years, we can, in a way, we can say, wow, we made a great advance. We double the life expectancy. But the 200 years is a relatively very long time. In the future, this is an article only a few months ago from The Economist. The title is Living to 120 is becoming an imaginable prospect. So in like a few decades, we can expect to have a life expectancy of 120 years. So we take 200 years to improve 40 years of life expectancy. But the next 40 years expansion of life expectancy will take only a few decades, maybe 20 years or so. So how is it possible to have such rapid advancement of medicine? So we will go through the past, see how in the past, how was medical development done, and in the future, how will that change? The modern medicine probably started with vaccination. This is 1796, the first vaccination. You probably read in history book, Dr. Jenner, who developed a vaccine for smallpox. Before that, smallpox is a very deadly disease and highly transmissible. 80% of infected patients will die, and the rest of 20%, even they don't die, they will leave terrible scar over their body. It's a very terrible disease. And 200 years ago, Dr. Jenner developed the vaccine, but which, from today's perspective, is a great advancement. But at that time, it's actually a lucky error. At that time, Dr. Jenner actually doesn't know what's in the vaccine. Dr. Jenner didn't know virus. Smallpox is caused by a virus. But at that time, people don't know the existence of virus, don't know the existence of bacteria. It's just a lucky error. And furthermore, the patient, the kids receiving the vaccine is a small kid, which is Dr. Jenner, not Dr. Jenner's kid. Dr. Jenner's gardener's kid. So nowadays, if Dr. Jenner is living nowadays, he is doing this, I think he wouldn't be a hero in history. He will be put in jail because with no consent, no in IRB review, is against all medical ethics. Okay, after development of vaccine, transmissible disease caused by bacteria or virus is becoming less and less. But at that time, medicine is still a very dangerous profession. This is 1846, 150 years ago. A cartoon showing operation. This is amputation. As you can see, the patient here is wide awake. He's struggling, screaming, because at that time there is no anesthesis. Patient is fully awake. He's sensing the pain of the operation. So he's struggling, screaming, trying to escape. So a lot of assistants have to hold the patient so the professor can use a saw to do the amputation. You may say this is a cartoon character, maybe it's an exaggeration. We can see another picture. This is a more realistic picture. Still, we see the same thing. So at that time, there is a joke, not kind of joke, but it's also kind of reality. The joke says, a failed operation will cost 3 lives. You may ask, failed operation, the worst scenario is the patient died, also only 1 life. how come a failed operation will cost 3 lives? Because not only that, the patient died. Because the operation is, patient will scream, try to struggle. So the surgeon has to be act very fast. The best surgeon is the fastest surgeon. He have to act very fast. So in that failed operation, the surgeon is working too fast. So his knife cut one of his assistants. So one of his assistants have a cut, and at that time there's no antibiotic. So his assistant wound get infected. A few days later, his assistant also died of infection. And as you can see, in what about the third life lost? As you can see here in the operation, there were a lot of audience. At that time, it's not unusual to sell tickets for people to come in to watch the operation. So as you can imagine, the patient was screaming, struggling. It's too exciting. So one of the audience here get too excited, so he probably have a heart attack. So he also passed away. So one failed operation cost 3 lives. And at that time, okay, even if the patient survived the operation, she can tolerate the pain, the struggle, survive the operation. The patient died a few days or weeks after the operation, because at that time, there's no way to prevent the infection. As you can see in the picture, nowadays, if you go to an operation room, all the doctor and the assistant will be wearing a white gown, fully sanitized. But at that time, you can see in the picture, they wear no clothing. There's no clothes. They have no knowledge that our hand, our clothing, the air is full of bacteria. If we don't do sanitization, the people will get in the wound and infect the patient. So most of the patients, even they don't die in the operation table, they will die a few days, a few weeks after operation due to infection. So, but at that time, people don't know that a lot of diseases are caused by bacteria. So they think that there are a lot of theories. In the ancient time, there are a lot of theories think that disease might caused by, not by bacteria, might by caused by bad air. So a very common disease, malaria, actually is derived from Italian malaria. Mal means bad, aria means air. So malaria actually means bad air, because people think that malaria was caused by bad air. So that's the disease. Until 160 or 180, until that time, Louis Pasteur start to show that a lot of diseases are caused by microorganisms. They call it germ. This is a germ theory. And starting from there, people know that a lot of infectious diseases are caused by bacteria. But the progression is always not that fast. This doctor, he's an Hungarian working in Vienna hospital. At that time, in 1800, Vienna is the biggest metropolitan in the world, like New York, today's New York. So Vienna hospital at that time was the best hospital in the world. And in the Vienna hospital, there are 2 OBS clinic for delivering baby. There are 2 clinics. The first clinic was staffed by experienced doctor, professor in medical school, staffed by very experienced doctor. And the second clinic also do delivery of baby, but the second clinic was staffed by midwife, not famous doctors. And this Hungarian doctor, he was working in the Vienna hospital. One day, he came across an idea. At that time, at that time, having a baby is a dangerous thing. Nowadays, we think that having a baby is a natural process. No. 200 years ago, having a baby is very dangerous. So this doctor, this Hungarian doctor, he have a analysis of Vienna hospital for the past 6 years. He analyzed the death rate of having a baby. The pregnant woman after delivering, one month after delivery, how many of them died of a fever? He found that in the first clinic, the after by famous doctor, professors, the death rate after delivering a baby is as high as 15%, somewhere between maybe 8 to 15%. Just imagine that for 10 women delivering a baby, maybe 1 or 1.5 women will die in 1 month due to fever, due to infection. And surprisingly, for those women who have a baby in the second clinic, staffed by midwife, not famous doctor, they have much lower death rate, only somewhere between 3 and 8%. That's surprising. We would assume that famous doctor, professors will do much better job, but actually they did a much worse job. So that's because famous doctors, professors, they, other than delivering babies, they also do research. They have their lab. In their lab, they were doing autopsy. They dissected patient, try to figure out what killed the patient. But in the middle of the dissection, his assistant might call him, Professor, a woman is having a baby. We need your assistant right now. So at that time, people don't know your hand, when you touch the patient, you touch the floor, your hand is covered with bacteria. But at that time, professors don't know. So he just stopped his autopsy, his dissection. Maybe wipe his hand with towel without washing, without sanitize his hand. He go to the clinic, deliver the baby, and carry the bacteria from the patient to the woman. That's how. So this is the revolutionary discovery of germ theory. We now know that why there's such high mortality rate of women after childbirth, and it's preventable as long as we know the existence of bacteria. So we might assume that, wow, this Hungarian doctor, he has such great discovery. He should become very famous overnight, and he will become a professor very soon. But no, not at all. Because when he did this research, he's just a small potato. He is not a professor. And when he published this paper, all the professors are outrageous. Who are you? Who you have the nerve to question our capability? You accuse us of killing the patient. So after publishing the paper, he was kicked out of Vienna hospital. So he returned to his country, Hungary, and become a small country doctor. End of story. So this just tells you that in the past, the progression of medicine is definitely not a straightforward road. It's a one step forward, two step backward. It's a very, very slow process. And okay, and then less than about 100 years ago, we know that bacteria cause disease, but we still don't have a way to kill bacteria. Until 100 years ago, 1928, Dr. Fleming discovered, he's working on bacteria. So this is his bacteria growth. These white streak are bacteria. So one day he want to have a vacation, so he put his bacteria in the shelf, and he have a vacation for a few weeks. And after the vacation, a few weeks later, after he returned to his lab, he found that one of his bacterial culture have a contamination. This is a fungus, a mold growing in the bacterial culture. And he surprisingly, he found that right next to the fungus, there's an area that no bacteria can grow. So he reasoned that there might be something, the fungus might be producing something that inhibits the growth of bacteria. So after analyze the fungus and try for 15 years to concentrate the substance in the fungus, he finally have an antibiotic. From the discovery to the commercially available antibiotic, it takes 15 years. Actually, when he success to concentrate the antibiotic, it was the time of Second World War. So in a sense, the discovery of antibiotics helped win the Second World War, because the United States, the UK, the Allied country have antibiotics. The Hitler side, the Axis country, don't know antibiotics. So the Allied country have a much higher survival rate for wounded soldiers. Okay, so in a sense, antibiotic help win the Second World War. Okay, so we just reviewed a few steps, big steps in the progression of medical knowledge. And I am I'm a radio-oncologist. In my daily practice, I use radiation to treat cancer patients. And radiotherapy is a very young science. Even in medicine, we have a history. Radiotherapy have a history of less than only 100 years. Very young science, and it's the improvement of radiotherapy in the recent 2 decades is very fast. But again, the development of radiotherapy is not straightforward. It has a dark history. We will shortly review the dark history. So ionizing radiation was discovered by Röntgen only like 100 years ago, 1895. And this is, I think, the famous picture you all are familiar. I only wonder that this is the finger of Dr. Röntgen's wife. So you can see his ring. I only wonder that if this is a diamond ring. And in 1898, Marie Curie and her husband, Pierre Curie, they are the couple. They discovered an isotope, radium. And at that time, they worked very hard to isolate radium. But radium, like X-ray, is an ionizing radiation, which means the radiation can and destroy our DNA, destroy our cells. So it's actually radiation is a dangerous thing. But Marie Curie, Pierre Curie, at that time, they don't know radiation it has such bad effect on our body. They only know that it's a strange energy. The radiation can expose X-ray film in the dark. So it's a kind of a mystery energy, but they don't know is it bad or not. So actually, although the couple both win Nobel Prize in chemistry, but they are in a sense the victim of their discovery, because both of them died of anaplastic anemia. That means their bone marrow, because during the work they have exposed too much radiation, so their bone marrow stopped working. That's called anaplastic anemia. They were both died of anaplastic anemia, victim of their own exposure, their work. And even nowadays, the lab book, usually in the lab, we write our discovery in the lab book. Even nowadays, the lab book of Marie Curie is so highly radioactive. Her lab book has to be kept in a lead box for safety reasons, because it's very highly radioactive. So shortly after the discovery of a radioisotope, it was used in medicine. So you can see breast cancer patient radiotherapy. And other than in medicine, as I just said, at that time, people only think that radiation is a mysterious energy. But how does the energy change our body? Nobody knows. And Marie Curie, although she's from Poland, but her career are all in France, and her husband Pierre Curie is also French. So, you know, French is kind of romantic. So, so if radiation can penetrate our body, so how can you use it in a romantic way? For example, if I have a girlfriend, I told her that I really love you, I love you with all my heart. She can say, how do I know? I cannot see your heart. Okay, there's a way you can see my heart. Radiation can penetrate my body, so we can both take a picture using X-ray, so we can see through both of our heart, and we can use this as a proof of our love. So at that time, it's very popular in France to do such things. And also, even nowadays, we all know that a lot of people like to go to hot spring, to have a hot spring bath. They think it have a good effect for their body. Even nowadays in Taiwan, in Japan, in Europe, people also do that. And in 1904, Pierre Curie, Marie Curie's husband, he published a paper. He analyzed the hot spring water in Europe and found that the hot spring water contained tiny amount of radium. So he published. So this discovery made people think that doing hot spring, after hot spring bath, I feel much better. I feel much comfortable. My pain go away. Maybe that's because there's radiation in the hot spring water. So again, at that time, people don't really know what radiation do to our body. So if we go to hot spring, it's good for our body, and hot spring water contain radium. So why don't we in the home and add radium to our bath water, and like that, when we take a bath, we are going to hot spring every day. So very soon there were machines you can install in your bathroom, and they will instill radium in your water. And also you can buy ready-made electromagnetic bathing fluid. Bathing powder contain radium. So you just put in your bath water and see how many diseases it can cure. It can cure neuralgia, cholera, rheumatism, paralysis, measles, female complaint, even epilepsy, can cure everything. So if it's so good for bathing, then German is a very advanced country. This is a German toothpaste in 1940. And it's in German, but I can read a little bit German, so trust me. The label says that the toothpaste contain radium, it contain radiation, so it will decrease sensitive teeth, decrease gum bleeding, something like that. Can you imagine nowadays your toothpaste contain radium? The boss of this factory will be put in jail. Okay, if it's so good for doing bath, for toothbrushing, yeah, why not? So you have a radium solution for drinking, and see how many diseases it claims to treat. It can treat gout, rheumatism, glandular swelling, menstrual disorder, a lot of disease. Unbelievable. It's in the United States, and actually at that time, such radium water is very expensive. Normal people cannot afford to buy it. You have to be rich to be able to buy it. So it's not, so unfortunately at that time, a very rich business people in the United States, he have a joint problem. So his doctor recommend him to take the radium water because he's rich. He can buy a lot of radium water. He drink a lot every day. And a few years later, he died of radium toxicity. So because he's very rich, very famous in United States. So after that incident, United States government start to regulate the use of radioisotope. That's around the 1940. So only 50, 60 years ago. Oh, okay. You can make radio water yourself in home. Okay, in the United States, you may think that it's very crazy. United States, most advanced country in the world, how can they let such things happen in their country? Don't be surprised. They even do worse thing to their president. Their founding father, George Washington, died in 1799. He was, at that time, he had a highly curable, today it's a highly curable disease. It's a bacterial tonsillitis. Nowadays, we can give him antibiotic or do a tonsillectomy and he will be cured. But at that time, there's no antibiotic. So George Washington has had high fever and he has very many doctors. In the morning, the doctor come to see him and say, oh, the president has high fever, and he prescribed a treatment, bloodletting. At that time, bloodletting is a very normal medical practice for fever. So in the morning, the doctor prescribed bloodletting. So he lost maybe 200 cc of blood. And in the afternoon, another doctor, the fever doesn't go away. So they find another doctor, and the other doctor find him still in high fever, prescribe another bloodletting. At night, another doctor prescribed another bloodletting. So actually, nowadays, people think that George Washington was died of blood loss. they did that thing to their president. So, brief summary, until very recent, the advancement of medicine was remarkably slow. But in recent decade, and in the past, the advancement of medicine is not linear. It's linear, it's error prone. It's sometimes accumulate a lot of wrong knowledge. But in modern times, in recent decades, two major factors rapidly change the practice of medicine. There's one, scientific method. That means in medicine, scientific method means controlled randomized trial. I will introduce what is controlled random trial. And the next one is happening right now is informatic, which will further increase the acceleration of medical progression. What is randomized control trial? In the past, if I have a fever, I take one medicine, and tomorrow the fever is away. Can you have a conclusion that this medicine cure my fever? No, not necessary. Maybe my fever will go away by itself the next day. So one person, even 10% take a medicine, and the next day the fever goes away. Even if you accumulate 100 such experience, you cannot definitely say that the medicine is effective. We need a randomized control trial. What is randomized? If we have 200 patients with fever with similar condition, we divide those patients in two groups. One group, we give the patient the medicine. The other group, we give them placebo, which means it looks like the medicine. The patient doesn't know he's taking medicine or he's taking placebo, but the placebo has no effect or probably just sugar. And after that, we observe both groups, see if the group taking then the group taking placebo. This is a short version of a randomized control. Only after that, we can definitely say that the medicine is effective. Okay? So it's the golden standard of medical practice. Okay, let's skip this. So nowadays, the medical progression, the accumulation knowledge were all based on randomized control trial. But randomized control trial is very resource intensive. This is the process of a medical clinical trial. We have 3 phases. A randomized control trial is only the 3rd phase. Initially, we have the first phase. The first phase is if I discover a potential new medicine, we first have to know that if the medicine is too toxic. We are not in the first phase, we are not asking if the medicine is effective. We first ask how toxic is the medicine. So we find a few patients, maybe 20, 30 patients. We give them medicine at a different dose. Then we observe at a hard dose, the patient can tolerate how much dose. This is the first phase clinical trial. If it passes the first phase, then we have the second phase. Second phase, maybe we collect a few hundred patients, and we have an initial idea whether if the medicine has potential or not. If the medicine has potential, then we go to the 3rd phase, randomized control trial. We typically get 1,000 or even several thousand patients and divide the patient in 2 groups. One group the potential medicine, the other group taking placebo. Usually the patient don't know what they are taking, placebo or medicine. Even the doctors giving the drug don't know they are giving medicine or placebo. That we call double blind. Neither patient nor the doctor know what's even only after these 3 phases of clinical trial can we be sure that the medicine is effective. If a medicine passes all 3 steps, it's very possible that it will stay in the medicine cabinet. But it's a very slow, very time intensive, very resource, money intensive process. Typically, if I find 1,000 potential drugs and all the 1,000 potential drugs enter the first phase of clinical trial, only maybe 100 of the drug can go to the 2nd phase. And out of the 100 drugs going through the 2nd phase clinical trial, maybe only 10 drugs can enter the 3rd phase of clinical trial. Out of these 10 drugs, 1 drug can pass the 3rd phase of the clinical trial. That means for 1,000 potential drugs, after 3 phases of clinical trial, only one drug can be successfully used in medical practice. Normally, the 3 phases usually take at least 10 years, sometimes 20 or 30 years. It costs millions, even trillions of dollars. So the accumulation although it's a very good way to get accurate medical knowledge, but it's very slow. It costs a lot of money. It's not a game everybody can play. So nowadays, only big pharmaceutical company can develop the drug. So even though there is a gold standard, but still a lot of persons don't try scientific method. For example, American President Donald Trump, he take a malaria medicine to prevent COVID-19. It's a joke. Okay, so in the past, although we have a scientific method, we greatly accelerate the progression of medicine, but still it's very not everyone can participate, not everyone can contribute. But in the past two decades or so, informatics is combining with medical science. With informatics, we can use informatics in genomic, in proteomics. We can get insight of protein structure, which will help the development of new. And this process will greatly accelerate the the scientific method. And furthermore, with AI, with the things we have been doing, and I think you guys have been doing with AI, in the future, we can bypass some part of the clinical trial. What do I mean by this? Okay, for genomic, in the past, we know we have to analyze the DNA, and then the DNA make RNA, RNA make protein, protein make the cell function. So if we have a symptom, we have disease, maybe the problem is in the protein, in the RNA, or in the DNA. So in the past, we have to sequence the DNA to know what's the origin of the disease. And when I was a graduate student in the United States 40 years ago, I did a lot of such sequencing. We extracted the cell and do a chemical reaction and run it in a gel, and we can read the DNA sequence. It's a very labor intensive. It's 40 years ago. We can do that, but we can only sequence about 300 base pair a day. But how many base pair are there in our cell? In every one of our cells, we have 3 billion base pair. If we do 300 base pair in a day, you probably wouldn't finish it in 1,000 years. So, but with computer, with informatics, nowadays, it can be automated. So the computer will extract DNA, do the reaction, and run the sequence, and read the sequence. You can get the sequence, a whole genome, 3 billion base pair in 1 or 2 days. So in the Human Genome Project, which is a very ambitious project, try to decode our genome. It started in 2000. At that time, they take like close to 10 years to finish one single human genome, 3 billion base pair, 20 years ago. And how much does it cost to sequence one human genome? It costs $100 million US 20 years ago. But as you all know, Moore's law, the cost of sequencing human genome is decreasing much faster than Moore's law predicted. Nowadays, we can sequence the same 3 billion base pair with only a few hundred US dollars, from 1 million to a few hundred US dollars. The speed of this progression is like light speed. What caused this? Because of automation, because of informatics, because of computer. Information technology will be the keystone of next step of medical progression. So because of this, in the past, we barely know any disease with molecular basis. Nowadays, we know close to 10,000 disease. We know for 10,000 disease, we know the molecular basis. For example, if you have a patient have hypertension, we can analyze his genome. We know that why he has hypertension, because he carry gene from his parent, so he will have a higher risk for hypertension. So if I send my gene for analysis, they can predict maybe I have a higher risk for diabetes. So I can closely monitor if I develop diabetes. I can have a more healthy lifestyle to prevent diabetes. Nowadays, we have a lot of disease, we can do such thing. In the past, it's impossible, but nowadays, it's become a reality because of information technology. And not only that we sequence human genome, we can sequence the genome of virus, bacteria, plant, or other animal. Those nowadays, these are all possible, and those genes provide a lot of information we can use in biological science and medical science. And actually, just a few years, this November, New York Times, this November, have a news. United States FDA is going to approve the genetic therapy for sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is a very debilitating disease. I think I don't have time for explaining this, but in Sri Lanka, in Taiwan, we have a similar disease called thalassemia. Actually, I'm a carrier for thalassemia also, because in the past, South Asia, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, and Africa, we all have endemic in malaria. It's a very deadly disease, and patients carrying thalassemia gene are resistant to thalassemia, but it also causes debilitating disease. It's a very troublesome disease. So nowadays we can use gene therapy to cure such disease. What kind of gene therapy is called CRISPR? The cause of sickle cell disease is only one base pair from A to T in the hemoglobin gene. Out of 3 billion base pair, you only need to have one base pair mutation to cause a severe disease. And nowadays we have the technology. Out of the 3 billion base pair, we choose to change only one, and we can cure the hereditary disease. That's a revolutionary discovery. And it is becoming a reality in the next few years. It will be commercialized very soon, but still it's very expensive. Okay, and the discoverer of the CRISPR technology get Nobel Prize in 2020, only 3 years ago. Not only that, we can only use bioinformatics to analyze the protein structure. Okay, I don't think I have time for this. And so the last part, I will take only a few minutes to summarize what we have done trying to use bioinformatics in medicine, in cancer therapy. Okay, I'm an oncologist. I treat a lot of cancer patients. In the past few decades, actually, we have a lot of improvement in cancer treatment, but it's not good enough. As I just said, for improvement or to find a new drug or improvement or old treatment, traditionally we need to go through clinical trial, which take a lot of time, a lot of money. Not everybody can afford to do this. But what I and Professor Yang and Chamani from Sri Lanka trying to do is we try to bypass these time-intensive, resource-intensive. We try to use AI to get a sneak preview or even prediction to see how can we change the treatment protocol. We can get much better benefit without getting any harm. For example, nowadays we have a standard for treating colon cancer. We have a standard drug of treating colon cancer. But if today, so for every patient, I give them the same treatment, same drug, same dose. But if today a patient come here after one treatment, he's getting sick, he's losing weight. If I give him the same treatment, probably he will not die of cancer. He will die of the toxicity of treatment. So I have to modify the treatment, maybe change the drug or lower the dose. But in a traditional way, we have to go through a clinical trial. We have to collect a lot of such similar patients. We change the medication, we lower the dose to see if such change is good or bad. But with AI, we are trying to use reinforcement learning model, try to if we can test. So in the initial, we do a search. There are only a few couple of research on this topic. So we think this is a worth effort to do. So Chamani started doing the research. So she used reinforcement learning to try to predict the best adjustment for treatment. And also we combine the previous reward function. We do some modification and get a better reward function. and try to get a better prediction of the best treatment. So this is our model. So when doctor give a treatment to patient, the outcome or his side effect will be fed into the algorithm, and with enough accumulation of data, the algorithm will get the ability to predict what's the better adjustment of treatment. And we nowadays we can simulate the doctor's thinking idea, simulate how doctor will treatment, and the next step will not only simulate the doctor's action, the next step will be to predict the best action to do. Now this is just show that we can with this algorithm we can approximate doctor's action. So in conclusion, the development of information technology has greatly accelerated the pace of medicine advancement, and in contrast to traditional scientific methods, which require a lot of time, a lot of resources, bioinformatics is a democratic process. Everybody can easily get information. Computer is getting cheaper and cheaper. So in a sense, it's a tool for everybody to contribute to the advancement of knowledge. I think by combining informatics and medical science, even people with less resources like Sri Lanka, like Taiwan, even we have not enough fund from government, but with limited resources, we can still participate in the next revolution of human medicine, that is bioinformatics. Okay, with that, I thank you for your attention.
Audience has any questions to ask from Professor? We can wait for a couple of minutes. Are there any questions to ask from Professor Wang? Seems not, so we can move on. Professor, thank you very much for your insightful session, and to hand over the token of appreciation to Professor Wang, I would respectfully invite Dr. Tilini Piyathilaka, Director of the IT Research Unit of Faculty of Information Technology. Professor Wang, please accept our token of appreciation. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Wang for his contribution. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next keynote speech for the day. This is the third keynote speech for the day. Professor Chang Yung Yang, a renowned industrial mechatronics engineering, specializes in complex system modeling. He earned his Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees from National Taiwan University, followed by a PhD in Bioindustrial Mechatronics Engineering from the same university in 2001. Currently, he holds a professorship in the Department of Electrical Engineering at the National Taipei University, directs the Intelligent Modeling and Control Laboratory, and serves as an associate editor for the Computer and Electrical Engineering. His research integrates various mathematical, statistical, and machine learning approaches to model complex systems, often inspired by real-world scenarios. In his keynote speech at the ICITR conference, Professor Yang will discuss the applications of physical informed neural networks in modeling the semiconductor chemical mechanical parameterization process. This innovative approach surpasses traditional data-driven models by incorporating physical elements into the modeling. It provides more comprehensive understanding of the complex systems by this methodology. We eagerly invite Professor Chang Yung Yang onto the stage to share his expertise in this advanced field, promising a compelling and insightful end to our day of intellectual exploration. Professor Yang, the stage is yours, sir.
Put the PowerPoint inside.
I respectfully invite the audience to wait a couple of minutes until we get the setup running.
Okay, so we break for 5 minutes because maybe people want to go somewhere. Okay. So, okay. So if we don't want to break, I will begin. I not change to my topic. Yes. Okay. So I think first I will very astonished that the presentation from Professor Wang. Medical that the history also he studied. Actually that you know in his lecture one key man that he presented chemotherapy from Sri Lanka, from University of the Moratua. The student is Chamni maybe before graduate from the IT, as I know that from our department. Yes. So that is I think very good. We evidence that the student graduate from University Moratua, excellent. Okay, so my topic I think relatives simple, practical and relatively small. Because I doing a topic of the complex system modeling. So before the cooperation with Professor Wang, but in this topic, my introduction may be relative that you know different area. The area is that recently very you know maybe popular, maybe famous that Taiwan the IT industry, so semiconductor. So is introduced one process that during manufacturing of the semiconductor, so relative how to model it, the process, try to get the real aspect real the inside the process. So physical informed neural network. And its application in semiconductor CMP. CMP means that one process, polishing process modeling. And the outline, so first to be the background and the motivation. So, because we are this kind of facility, so, small, and we know the chips inside. So chip becomes the core, becomes a very important, the key component. But because the density high, so integration should be getting more difficult. So the map show we say two component in that two-dimensional illustration. So more means that great man that in that the more before Intel company the president, and more means that that they want to be beyond the more law, and more than law. Oh, not so this dimension means that integration more, and this dimension is the because of integration more. So that the miniature of the chip, miniature of the die should be that more detailed, more small. So now we emphasize that maybe planar the process not enough for such kind of intensity. So people that the demand of people made people considering three-dimensional structure to construct the semiconductor, the chip. The third dimension should be stack. So stack many layers, or even stack SoC in many substrate. So three-dimensional development. So vertical integration. So with this, so because the is third dimension. So third dimension, the stack should be not too big. So the height becomes very important. The wafer. What is the wafer? Wafer is the substrate that to grow up the circuit. So the wafer that before into the process to a lot of process to grow the die that a process we say thinning process. The thinning process should be more the thickness, that small and small. So wafer thinning process now becomes one key process. So around the world, in many countries, that they are compete this kind of the technique, try to thinning. The thinning very simple. We straightforward to think about this kind of the process. Is grinding. People use grinding to thinning. You can consider this one. This one very typical is this one. Because it's too thin, so it's become flexible. So you can see in the fingertip, it's already flexible, not so solid. But because of thinning, we can stack more, and we can make it that the size, the cheaper, can be small and small. So, but we consider that the thinning also risky, because the substrate is a silicon base. So
maybe your thinning process improper will conduct like the fracture of the wafer. So you know wafer is very expensive. We don't want it. Actually, the thinning process already already people from the I don't know, but because it has to be cut and the many process, so thinning process is already beginning the detail the process. So if we failed, that the cost high. So here the from the microscopic the pictures show that the different kind of the failure. Different kind of failure. So our consideration is that the process should be can be proper but efficient. Should be that good for manufacturer and competitive among the many many company key company. So mainly this kind of the process famous is in should be top of world should be Japan. Very good in this kind of technique. And as I know, also USA and Taiwan, because most of the manufacturing in Taiwan, so Taiwan relative have this kind of the advantage to develop. So my research different from the cooperation with Professor Wang. We also been asked to do this kind of modeling. So it's the motivation. You can see here that very good the illustration that we put the the wafer just on the carrier, and we have that the polishing pad and add some slurry, chemical compound for slurry. So this kind of just grinding, little polishing, make the thinning process. So what I want to do is that try to modeling. So I will introduce what relative to our same our profession that we are informative. We are come from the information. So gathering the information, we can do good the modeling the task. So I will introduce that. So background should be what relevance to the processing, the CMP process. So material removal rate, because it's should be we are asking to remove as much as possible the removal rate, the material remove. If the MRR removal rate better, the process can be more efficient. So our consideration first is the material removal rate, and second, so the material removal rate that intrinsically that people use this one. This one is famous of the Princeton equation. So one that originally that been requested that could we have a better description in the Princeton equation, but the Princeton equation just in principle, roughly not very precise, not very useful. So maybe that the polishing, the behavior non-linear and also very complex. So maybe so simple the model. So we use this the Pearson equation. So kind of the alternative the variant that people use the alpha and the beta to describe not linearly relative. So alpha may be not only one the first order, maybe 1.5, maybe 2, maybe some kind of second order, third order. So we do not know. And people also use that this equation. This equation is more like that consider the interaction between the pad and the wafer. Use the abbreviation, this kind of abrasive, the abrasive, the particle, the action. So in physical can be described as this. So we first consider use the optional first the Pearson equation or this one abrasive equation. Maybe we have to consider to use this both of them. So I am my student consider the problem. So you decide that should be not decide, should be that we being guided and because of the reading the paper and we do a lot of the research. So the abrasive, the model better for describing. So we further discuss more complicated this model. This model is based on abrasive model. So with this model, actually should be described by the picture, but I think maybe not so important to detail about the model. So based on it, so we consider that find one equation. Most of the system behavior, I think that even very complex the behavior of the system, I think the differential equation better for illustrate to describe the behavior. So our consideration first, use that model, try to define one differential equation. So we use the first that one abrasive equation to develop to derive more. So we have this one. This one becomes our key. Our key is that differential equation ODE. It's just not a very difficult, simple first order differential equation. So with this differential equation, we begin, optimistic that we can know better the material removal rate behavior of the CMP process. So here maybe here is. So it's that I highlight here that merit of the model-based approach. So actually that I emphasize because for many years I engage in this kind of series. So I prefer very much model-based. The term model-based is that it means I based on model I can more aspect from the model, so I can think in more, I can consider more, I can expect more, like from my prediction, from my also like people as you like ever like very popular like data-driven approach. So data-driven approach, traditionally very famous like CNN, DNN, RNN, maybe also that you familiar with, not only me. But we consider the additionally the data-driven approach. People describe like a black box. It's only input, output. What relationship? The relationship is one kind of approximation, one kind of the, not so relevant to the physics, the system behavior want to express. No, maybe no physics behavior we can observe from the data-driven approach. That's our consideration not good. So data-driven approach may be not a key. So what I want my topic, short topic here, I want to contribute is that maybe I emphasize that you work same as me, that doing this kind of job, you consider more that inspiration from physics, from the system physics, from the material physics, from the behavior physics. So with this, I'll consider, so if physics can involve, what kind of the physics descriptor good? I think differential equation good. Actually, I know most of the Sri Lankan researcher better than Taiwanese the researcher, because I know you are study better mathematics than people in Taiwan. Yes, I know you should be more. When you see the equation, you can, maybe you are considering more than me. So I know, physics may be important. So physics can involve, if I have the differential equation, I can more insight about the behavior. Okay, so I have one, I remember maybe this. I think it may be good. So a little time I show this. Oh, I'm sorry. So it cannot be displayed. Can it? Oh, I'm sorry. So if I consider to copy the hyperlink. I'm sorry. Hyperlink. I'm sorry. I think I give up. What I want to play is that the hyperlink. Behind the hyperlink, there is a animation to show very simple that spring the behavior, that the differential equation. That's all. So physics. So I consider that if we the benefit that if we carry out the physics. So I from maybe 2 years ago, I find that the new term is actually neural, but physics informed. Physics informed the neural network. So in the beginning, maybe I also ignored. I cannot catch what the meaning physics informed. But afterward, I a little know, and that I try to implement, and I try to do some kind of experience. I know. So now I feel good. So what the good? The good is that before I present that it can better can bring the physics, not again the only data-driven work. It can be that bring us that physical, the model, the behavior. So here I want to introduce is a very typical diagram. So this time diagram that we have the two friends, that one blue color, one green color. So the green color actually before that traditional the data-driven approach. So from data-driven that we framework of the neural network are green color. But we can add one physical module. Physical module is that the blue color. So you know because that we want to merge them together. So here we want key component U. In the diagram, the U should be the key component because they join component two modules together. So U becomes the key component. So we can fulfill that the pursuing the accuracy, that the NN, but also fulfill that the behavior, that the physics. And you can see based on the reference, the article, you know, is fulfilled that but the structure is can be a differential equation. Can be a differential equation, even partial differential equation, not ordinary. So behavior behind. So you can see that based on this combination, that people doing good, that the approximation not only pursuing the data, they also pursuing the structural or the behavioral the physics. So based on this, so we also put that this as also key, because you can see the brown color, the box is not minimized. It's like that minimize not only the neural network but also the physics. They put them together, plus together. Plus means that join together, and join both the arrows MSE. So when minimize both of them. So it should be fulfilled not only left side, also the right side. Okay, with this, so it can be better. A PIN example, harmonic association, I think should be also cannot be played. Yes, it cannot be played. So maybe I skip the animation. So before that, simply the spring mass, the system can be regularized because the inspiration from the physics, P physics. So the harmonic can be that I think it's very good illustration, but I cannot play. Okay, so this one already I say that U is a key component, U here. And simultaneously fitted to both the data and the physics model. The physics model could be described by either an ODE and a PDE. Okay, so actually for my problem that is relatively simple because it's just an ODE, not a PDE. Yes, no boundary condition. So maybe I have to in depth to know what relevance, why the inspiration, the physics. Actually, also from many experts here. Yes, you know, we often do this kind of regularization. When you're doing that kind of the data approach approximation, we try to avoid that kind of overfitting. So maybe many students know how to use that regularization. So the term regularization becomes important, actually a key. So regularization becomes a key, so what regularization will bring? The regularization, what it brings with robustness, as I emphasize here. So the robustness definition is more like this, because you want to hit, but you know, as close as the region, you know, the ball hit, as you know, more the robustness. Actually, maybe my prediction model can be very precise to hit, but you know, individually every iteration, but every repetition, but you know, the hit wide, not so close, not so rigid. The robustness may be not good, but with the regularization, that people doing good, that the robustness, and the robustness, and later will be, you know, becomes the more reliable. The model becomes reliable. So it's related to the regularization and the property brought by the regularization, the robustness. So people use the regularization often. Yes, I think people often use this, the L1 regularization, L2 regularization. But in PINN, people not consider for the regularization from this. Yeah, hello. I will show you. Yes, from this. People consider. So I think it should be very smart. The original is how to consider, because very often, traditionally, very popular with regularization, but the regularization brought by physics. So regularization brought by physics, indeed, that create conduct that kind of robustness. So physics come and regularization and realize. So PIN formed. So we have the PIN. So I think my topic can be not over here, because finally I just finished that combination before my modeling the CMP behavior, and use that kind of the PIN. So modeling. So I begin the modeling CMP behavior with the physics of the physics that before I introduced, and the ODE, and then put it into the framework of the PINN. So based on this, so I think it should be maybe not too detailed about this, but I think so we can finish the job. So the results show that first the parameter estimation varying waffles, because we get a lot of the samples. So the different the waffles, so different variant. But first, we are happy because that every repetition, every meditation show that converge. So converge means that it's feasible that our model, not converge good. Yes, so converge means convergence, the estimation good. And it's also show that different wafer, maybe not actually in detail we are estimating one parameter of the model. The parameter different varying the wafers. So also that also convince our approach because different situation. Not only the wafer maybe in general maybe not varying too much, but I think the process should be different. So now that you know the machining condition different, so I think the process the parameter will be variant. So it's variant. It convinces our expectation. And yes, and also we want to see the robustness. So for 10 repeat, that the same wafer, but using different initial condition or different the initial case. So we find that the robustness also meet our experience. So you can see that very small the variance, and even later we add. You know that we add some contamination, we add some noise to the system. We try to maybe let the noise maybe let the system not stable. But from this we say we can find that two pictures here. I compare two pictures. You can easier to understand. You can see it's from traditional NN, and this one is from PINN. So from traditional NN, we find that the variation due to the contamination bigger than PINN. So it's bigger and then it's smaller. Smaller is from PINN. So I want to show what I want to show is very simple. That I have done one topic that I can pursue the physics. Not again that's even like kind of the input output black box, not kind of the result. So here that we also do kind of the sensitivity analysis, but I think not so important here. So finish. I finished my topic today. Thank you. Okay. Same as Professor Wang, he introduced in his beginning the slide. I try to compare Taiwan and Sri Lanka. Similar. Not only we are beside one continent, big country. We are not the situation same. I also you can see our population also similar. The population you can see population actually nearly same. But your land bigger, maybe a little big, like twice of Taiwan. Yes, twice. So your bigger, your land bigger, your resource bigger. Yes, you are provisionally have the chance to success. Yes, Sri Lanka. Okay, I finished.
Thank you, Professor, for that insightful session. To hand over the token of appreciation to Professor, I respectfully invite Dr. Tilini Piyatilaka, Director of ITRU. Professor, please accept our token of appreciation. Let's give a round of applause to Professor for his contribution. Next, to remember this historical occasion, let's take a photograph of all the attendees. So I cordially invite everyone to come to the front and let's take a photograph. at 3LH01, that is on the third floor of this premise.
Minutes tea break, and we cordially invite everyone to move on to the open area for tea.
So after the technical sessions, you can have a 15-minute tea break as well. Thank you.
Raise the bar. Consider tomorrow's challenges to enable our customers to provide tomorrow's health and social care today.
welcome to the ICITR 2023's Technical Session 5 on Computing. We are happy to have you all here, and without further ado, let's start the session. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our distinguished chairpersons for the session. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed leaders who will guide us through the insightful discussions ahead. Professor Changi Wang is a renowned figure in medical research, especially in oncology, microbiology, and immunology. Professor Wang's professional journey includes roles as an associate professor at National Yangming University and a resident in radiation oncology at the Veterans General Hospital, Taipei. He currently serves as an adjunct associate professor and head of the Department of Radiotherapy at Chengshin Hospital. Professor Wang's impact on the academic landscape is noticeable, leaving an enduring mark through his research, teaching, and leadership. Dear sir, we would be honored to welcome you on stage as the session chair of ICITR 2023.
Okay, thank you, Maheshi. Dr. Dushanti Vidanagama is a distinguished academic who is senior lecturer at the Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Computing, General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University. Dr. Vidanagama's impact on the academic landscape on big data analytics, multi-agent systems, and opinion mining is noticeable, leaving an enduring mark through her research, teaching, and leadership. Dear Madam, we would be honored to welcome you on stage as a session chair of ICITR 2023. Before we commence, I would like to reiterate the presentation guidelines. Each presenter has a 10-minute pause, and the 8 minutes mark, a card will be displaying signaling 2 minutes more. When you see the time's up card, kindly conclude your presentation. Following this, we have 5 minutes Q&A session concluded by our chairpersons.
So I hope the instructions are clear. If there are any concerns, you can raise now. Silence says that there are no concerns. So we have to make this conference experience smooth and engaging for everyone. Let's ensure a seamless flow of the presentation and discussions now. So the first paper ID we are going to start is paper ID number 60.
Okay, paper number 60, the title is Acoustic Signature Analysis for Distinguishing Human versus Synthetic Voice in Vision Attack.
A very good evening to all of you. I hope you all are having a great time at ICITR 2023, and I'm Prarthana Gamage, and I'm honored to be here today, and I will be presenting our research paper titled as Acoustic Signature Analysis for Distinguishing Human versus Synthetic Voices in Phishing Attacks. So here are my co-authors, Dushan Disanayaka, Nirupma Kumar Singh and Dr. Upeksha Ganegoda. Before we dive into the details, let me share a bit about the motivation behind our work. So we live in a world where mobile devices have become very sophisticated and ubiquitous. With the rapid development of technology, the popularity of mobile devices, the number of users increased and the aspects where the mobile devices are included increased. Many domains are integrated with mobile devices and the technologies such as financial activities, banking, daily operations of business and so on. And also mobile devices are used by the users with various technological exposures and with various technological literacies, increasing the vulnerability of mobile-based frauds. Voice phishing, which is also called as phishing, is one of the most common mobile-based frauds, and also at the same time, this is the mobile-based fraud which is least addressed. So through these attacks, the attacker pretends to be a legitimate organization such as a bank or a government office and gathers information about the victim. So through a voice call, the attacker tries to gain access to personal details, personal and sensitive information of the user. So in this research paper, aims to address this issue by proposing a method to assist in identifying potential phishing attempts with a systematic approach that combines ML to implement voice feature analysis. So the research questions answered in this paper are: how does the audio feature analysis distinguish the synthetic voices over human voices? And what is the usage of audio feature analysis to identify suspicious patterns of phishing attempts? Moving on to the research objectives, investigate how audio feature analysis can effectively discern synthetic voices from human voices by examining distinctive features such as pitch, temporal structure, frequency content, male frequency septal coefficient, which means the MFCC, and statistical attributes. And also explore methods within audio feature analysis to ensure accurate recognition of legitimate automated voices, aiming to prevent the indiscriminate categorization of all robotic voices as suspicious or spam. And also evaluate and refine the proposed comprehensive approach to redefine the traditional binary classification model, aiming for improved accuracy in distinguishing between human and synthetic voices during phishing attempts. And the other objective is utilize audio feature analysis to identify specific patterns associated with phishing attempts, considering factors such as variations in pitch, temporal irregularities, and unique frequency characteristics that may indicate manipulative tactics used by attackers. And the last objective is develop and implement strategies in the audio feature analysis framework to effectively mitigate potential phishing threats, providing a more nuanced and accurate defense mechanism against social engineering attacks on voice-based communication systems. Moving on to the related literature, existing solutions differentiate human and robot voices from spam analysis, but this approach considers both using audio features with the appropriate weighting for accurate verdicts. Moving on to the methodology, when it comes to the data collection, actual call data were collected from different users and sources, which includes real-life phishing scenarios, and also simulated phishing, which means spam and ham call scenarios were recorded, which sums up to a total of 400 conversation minutes. So audio data is analyzed by extracting audio features using feature extraction technique. Techniques to distinguish the human voice from robot voices. Audio features like pitch, temporal structure, frequency content, MFCC, and statistical and spectral features will be used to obtain the verdict. So these features were chosen for this module because there are significant difference between a human voice and a robot voice call in terms of these audio features. So, for analyzing audio features, first, those features should be extracted from the call recordings. As the audio feature extraction technique, LibRosa library in Python was used here. After extraction, the audio feature values of the data set, then a machine learning model was trained using those values. As the final verdict of this module is a binary value, according to the human voice or robot voice, the ML model was implemented as a binary classification model using KNN classifier. KNN classifier was chosen among 4 other classification models, which means SVM, decision tree, naive Bayes, and KNN, as this KNN gives the highest accuracy. Moving on to the evaluation of the submodule, a known data set of 20 call recordings were used for the evaluation part. Out of the 20 samples, 14 samples were classified accurately from the system. That brings the evaluation of audio feature analysis to 70%. Moving on to the discussion, existing solutions for call audio analysis focus on identifying human voices and disregarding robocalls as spam by default. This research introduced a novel approach that considers both human voices and robocalls, analyzing factors such as pitch, temporal structure, frequency content, and statistical features. By assigning an appropriate weightage to these factors, this research aims to determine the correct verdict and addresses the presence of legitimate recorded robocalls. So, let me conclude my presentation. So, as the conclusion of this presentation, the escalating prevalence of cybercrimes, particularly phishing and smishing on mobile devices, emphasize the need for advanced defense mechanism. So, this research introduces audio feature as a novel approach to effectively discern between human voices and robocalls, making a significant contribution to threat mitigation. The proposed approach surpasses traditional binary classification by considering features like pitch and temporal structure, addressing the shortcomings by recognizing legitimate robocalls and potential scams. Evaluation and appropriate weightage allocation enhance accuracy in distinguishing call types, marking a substantial advancement in voice-based communication analysis. So, as cybercriminal tactics evolve, the innovative perspective presented in this research contributes valuable insights to safeguard individuals and organizations in the dynamic technological landscape against the determinable effects of cyber threats. So that's bring the end of the presentation.
Thank you. And very interesting and potentially useful research. Now the paper is open for discussion. Any question from the audience? I do have a hypothetical question. I'm not sure if I'm correct, but your research contains an internal self-defeating feature. That I mean, if your system can detect the difference between artificial generated voice and true human voice, then I think theoretically it's possible to use your system to train how to generate better synthetic voice. So I can create synthetic voice that are more similar to true voice, and defeat your system. Is this theoretically possible?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So your model, your system can detect the characteristic difference between synthetic voice and the human voice. Yeah. If your system and use your system to train my machine, to train my machine to generate better synthetic voice, then I can do a better job in making synthetic voice to treat people. Is it possible?
Yeah, actually, our system can identify, particularly based on that audio features, what is exactly a human voice or a robot voice or a synthetic voice. So, if you generate a synthetic voice, then we can evaluate that synthetic voice by using those audio features. So whether those are up to the standards of a better synthetic voice recording, like that.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Okay, thank you. Nice presentation. So, what are the audio features you consider for the analysis?
Pitch, temporal structure, frequency content, MFCC, statistical and spectral features.
Any baselines or why you selected only these features? Are there any more? So how you?
Yeah, actually, when we consider about the audio features, these show a significant difference between a human voice and a synthetic voice. So that's why we chose these particular audio features.
So how did you get these features from the literature review? So what is the basis?
Yeah, first as the data set, we used a non-labeled data set. So when we considering the values of those labeled data set, we noticed that these features show a significant difference, and also we use the literature review as well.
So how did you collect the data set? Is it from the available data set? So
yeah, both available data set, and also we generate call scripts from scratch, and we record those, both spam calls and ham calls as well. And also apart from that, we extracted some of the call recordings which were published like YouTube from some organizations like FBI. So we were using those as well. So collectively we generated the data set.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to the second presentation. The paper ID is 102. So the paper is Local Planning of an Autonomous Driving Car Prototype. The presenter is A.M. Amrit. He is from Faculty of Technology, University of Colombo.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm going to present about my research work, local planning of an autonomous driving car. And I'm the one who presenting the paper. I'm MHAA Mahdi. Then we know these days say autonomous driving car is the new trend research topic on the world. And then nowadays most of the companies are introducing the self-driving autonomous driving cars with advanced software and with sensors. And then we have come up with, after the literature review, most of the researchers are focused on a single track. I mean, they only focusing on lane detection, or else localization, or else obstacle detections. And then if we come up with the lane detection, they will be only focusing on the straight lines, not the curved lines. Also we have experimented here in our project. Also we use the computer vision method to cost effective method to the our prototype. And then this is how we have implemented. We have used two sensors, obstacle detection sensor and vision sensor. Using these sensors, we are getting the real-time data from those sensors, and then we are sending the data to the Raspberry Pi. This is the CPU processing for that. We have set up the algorithms on the Raspberry Pi, and then according to the algorithms, autonomous driving car take the decision to move. And then this is the components we used. Here we have used the Raspberry Pi and Arduino as a master slave method to implement, because of the load for the Raspberry Pi, for the more concentration on the CPU processing, and then we are giving the motor control to the Arduino. And then this is how we have implemented our prototype. And then obstacle detection. When we comes to the autonomous driving car, this is the main thing to focus on. Obstacle detection. Here we have used two methods: lane changing and position changing within the lane. Here is the logic we have used for the lane changing, and then here we can see the picture. And then this is the logic of the within the line we have used the logic. And then when we comes to the camera sensor, we are doing the preliminary experiment for the camera calibration to do with the lane detection and things. This is the checkerboard we use for that experiment, and then these are the intrinsic and extrinsic parameters for that we got. And then when we comes to the lane detection, we use the image processing techniques to detect the lane tracking. We use the grayscale conversion for the reduce the noise reduction, and then carnage detection for the edge of the lanes. And then ROI masking, for that we are getting the particular area of our image from our real-time data and to process for that. And then after that, whole line transformation for that to detect the lane within the our road. And then obstacle recognition, we use Haar cascade technique to implement it. first we get the positive and negative samples of the obstacles, and then we have trained our Haar cascade model. After that, we used the Haar cascade model to take the decision. And then in the future works, we are going to do the localization and object recognition. Then this is how, and then we have a demonstration of that video. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. The paper is now open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? If no question, I do have I'm curious. Your detection accuracy for obstacle from front is quite good, 96%. But from the left and right is 87 and 81%, relatively worse than in the obstacle in the front. Do you have a simple explanation? Is it possible that you can change the sensitivity or change some value so you can easily correct these difference?
So yeah, we have developed this prototype mainly focused on cost effective. So we used ultrasonic sensor. For those things also we can use the camera sensors. So we need a high quality camera sensor, and then we need a high performance CPU power also for that to implement. So it is because of the sensor, that's why.
Other questions?
Now there are some researchers available of this kind of products are also available. So what is your contribution?
Yeah, because when it comes to the prototype, we have there are machine learning, also deep learning used systems also. Here we have used the computer vision techniques, and then we have mainly focused on the economically computational power. It means limited computational power. Also, using the we have used the lane detection and object detection, and then object recognition, and collecting these things. We have moved our car.
So then how the object detection happens?
Yeah, object detection happens using the camera sensor. We used for that image processing techniques.
So here it mentioned your evaluation results prove that when detect and avoid obstacles while following the lane lines on the road. So what's the meaning of that?
Can you repeat?
Efficiently detect and avoid obstacles while following the lane lines on the road. What is the meaning? That means
lane line means the in front. If we have any trees, we will be having in the middle of the side. We will having trees or something else, and then also we will have vehicles according to that.
That means it detect and avoid the obstacles
Yeah.
without crossing the lane line. Is
Yeah.
that the thing?
Yeah.
Without crossing the lane line, it can detect the things.
Yes.
Okay, so is this work for the curved line also, or only
Yeah,
for the straight
curved
lines?
lines.
Curved lines. Okay.
Okay, if no other question, thank you for your nice presentation. We will go on to the next paper. The next paper, number 116, and the title is Leveraging Artifact Reputation Analysis and Contextual Sentiment Analysis for Advanced Detection of Phishing and Smishing Attacks.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dushan Disanayaka, presenting the paper Leveraging Artifact Reputation Analysis and Contextual Sentiment Analysis for Advanced Detection of Phishing and Smishing Attempts. My co-authors are Prarthana Gamage, Nirupa Kumar Singha, and Dr. Upeksha Kanegoda. Let me give the background to our research first. Voice phishing, which is also called as phishing, and SMS phishing, which is also known as smishing, are two of the most common mobile-based phishing attacks, and which are also the least addressed issues at the same time. So as technology advances, the way that phishing attacks are carried out has changed over time, and phishing and smishing is becoming more prevalent. In 2022, phishing attacks accounted for 20% of phishing attacks, and smishing attacks accounted for 10% of all phishing attacks. Popularity among users, continuous connectivity to the internet, and enormous amount of personal data being handled as a handheld device are making them highly vulnerable to these phishing and smishing attacks. Through these attacks, the perpetrators try to impersonate legitimate entities, threaten the users, manipulate the emotional vulnerabilities, and offer in exchange to gain access to personal and sensitive information of the user. This research paper aims to address this issue by proposing a method to assist in identifying potential phishing and smishing attacks with the use of artifact reputation analysis, detection of sensitive data leakage, and contextual sentiment analysis of audio calls and text conversations. The research questions answered in this paper are: how efficiently and effectively and accurately the suspicious artifacts in the conversations can be picked out and analyzed, how effectively the artifact reputation assists in determining the verdict of a conversation, what sensitive information could be most vulnerable to be exposed to the attackers, and how does the context of a conversation overrides the verdict given only considering the word arrangements. The objectives of this research are to develop a mechanism to detect artifacts and sensitive data of the conversation, create a comprehensive framework to analyze the reputation of the artifacts, build a model to analyze the context of a conversation, and evaluate the effectiveness of contextual sentiment analysis compared to word arrangement models, identify the sensitive data pieces exposed in conversations. When researching existing literature in the domain, phone blacklisting was found as one of the primary methods used for the reputation analysis of the origins of the voice calls. However, this was entirely reliant on the user submitted complaints, which takes more time with the verification and lacks the reliability. Content analysis was an improvement to the original origin-based blacklisting. Here, mainly the research was conducted targeting Mandarin fruit calls, which shows a higher accuracy, and yet it declines with the use of dialects as the source language. The research revolved only around the incoming conversations. Using machine learning technologies to analyze the conversations employing supervised learning approaches was a research conducted in Indonesia for Bahasa language, which showed a significant drop in accuracy for external datasets as it detects similar word sequences. This shows the importance of context-aware methods. Now I'll move on to the methodology used in this research. Multiple methods were used to collect data required for the research. Actual SMS and call content were collected from individuals and also from public sources which were published as case studies. In addition, we simulated the conversations, including the wishing scenarios, which adds up to 400 minutes of audio. Suspicious artifacts identification in the conversation is done using regular expressions. The artifacts considered here are URLs, emails, phone numbers, domains, crypto wallet addresses, which are mostly used by attackers to perform an attack. Artifact reputation analysis was one of the key spotlights in this research. Combinations of different threat intelligence service providers were used for each artifact type. These threat intelligence are virus total, API void, alien vault OTX, IPQS fraud detection, and chain abuse, which are industry-grade reputed service providers. A comprehensive scoring scheme was defined for each artifact type considering the different aspects of each artifact. These are the parameters used for the reputation analysis and calculation of the reputation score. Sensitive data such as credit and debit card details, bank account numbers, OTPs, passwords, social security numbers, addresses, and date of birth were identified as the most vulnerable and detected using regular expressions. Presence of sensitive information or suspicious artifacts alone cannot accurately determine the maliciousness of a conversation. Therefore, analyzing the context in which it is used in the conversation is important. Therefore, N-gram models for classification are used to determine this parameter. Evaluation of the submodule is done using two ways. Since this is an API-based calculation, accuracy and precision parameters are not suitable for this. Coverage is considered for all APIs to get an understanding on the availability of scanning elements in their databases, and is calculated by obtaining the average response time of each API service. Since the contextual sentiment analysis submodule was trained as a binary classifier, we use 2x2 confusion matrix to evaluate the module. The matrix provides a detailed breakdown of the model's predictions, showing the counts of true positive, true negative, false positive, and false negative cases. As you can see, the true prediction percentage is calculated as 92.25%. That brings the conclusion of my presentation with the summary of a research. This research paper presented novel parameters to determine the spam and ham status of a SMS and a call. This includes suspicious artifacts reputation analysis and analyzing the contextual sentiment of conversations. This research presented a weighted scoring scheme for the parameters used to calculate the effectiveness of decision making. That brings the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Yet another paper on vision's mission. I think it's like in Taiwan, it's a big problem in Sri Lanka. Okay, and questions from the audience?
So you did the sentiment analysis for which detection? Is it for the SMS detection or for voice call?
Sentiment analysis for both voice calls and SMS, because along the way we are converting these voice calls also to a text message for the analysis.
So what did you get? That means how the sentiment can affect the phishing or phishing attacks. So how?
Yeah, it's like this. In previous researches, we have identified the applicability of machine learning as one of the methods to analyze these voice calls and messages. In there, what we identified was they are mainly detecting the word arrangements. As an example, if you place a suspicious artifacts as a URL next to a sensitive content like your birthday or your social security number, this will be detected as a signature, and this will be identified in the next conversation as a phishing parameter. But in this case, what we analyze is we use n-gram models, and it will create the n-gram buckets of each and every text that we are getting for the model. And after that, what we are going to do is we analyze the context of a conversation, but not only getting the signature of the previous detection, which was identified as suspicious.
So then what is the machine learning algorithm?
We use a naive-based algorithm.
Then how did you do the reputation analysis?
Yes, for the reputation analysis, what we mainly used here is the industry-grade threat intelligence services, like VirusTotal, API Void, and Alien Vault. Those are providing us the threat intelligence from their industry-grade threat intelligence databases. What we do is we created API calls for each and every artifact detections that we identify in the conversation, and we check them in their threat intelligence databases. And we created a comprehensive weighted scoring mechanism. According to that, we calculate a score for each and every artifact that we are detecting in the conversation to be sent as a final verdict for this module.
Okay, so are there any questions from the audience? Any questions? No. Thank you, Dushan.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we'll move to the next presentation, that is multimodal defect detection system for single color fabrics in the apparel industry. Paper will be presented by Vimeshi Silva, Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa.
Good evening, everyone. So our research is multimodal defect detection system for single color fabrics in the apparel industry. I am the presenting author, Vimesh Silva. Our co-authors are Tilaksha Senaviratna, Nifla Farid, Professor Tanuja Sandanayaka, and Mrs. Indika Karunaratna. moving to the introduction. So basically, when we take the apparel industry, we can divide that apparel industry into two main sectors. So the first sector is fabric manufacturing sector, and the second one is garment manufacturing industry. So when we take the fabric manufacturing industry, their process is making raw fabric. So in order to develop the raw fabrics, they use raw fiber. With the raw fiber, they produce yarn. With the yarn, they produce the fabric rolls. So the final operation of the fabric manufacturing industry is fabric inspection in order to validate the quality of the fabrics that they produce. So when it comes to the garment manufacturing industry, their first process is fabric inspection in order to validate the fabrics. So after validating the fabric quality, they go to create the ready-made garments. That is the process happening there. So when we take the fabric inspection, basically in the apparel industry, they use the manual labor in order to detect the fabric defects in the fabric rolls. Moving to the next slide. So when we take this apparel industry, it is a major domain in the world and a very huge source of income in Sri Lanka as well. So basically, in that case, the expertise of this garment industry or the apparel industry, they much more consider about the quality of the fabric. In that case, when they found the defects are below around 0.25%, they accept the particular fabric rolls while rejecting the others. So since in the Sri Lankan context and the worldwide, they are using this manual labor, sometimes the human inspection misses around 30% of defects due to the human error. And also, if they find the defective fabric rolls, and if they make ready-made garments with that defective fabric rolls, then the selling price of the cloth can be reduced up to 45% to 65%. So that is a very big disadvantage. In that case, it is better to have an automated system in order to detect the fabric defects. Therefore, we came up with a solution for that. So in order to do this, our aim of this research project is to develop unique methods to detect some specified defects which will help to reduce the labor cost, human errors, and improve the efficiency of the quality assurance domain in the textile industry. So in order to attain this aim, we have set up some of the objectives. So the first objective is identification of fabric types, then identification and classification of different defects, then detecting the fabric defects using different methods, and sort the defective and non-defective fabrics. So basically, in order to manage the scope of our research, we have taken cotton and polyester based fabrics along with some defects. So this is the approach of our overall research. So we have taken like 3 modules. The first module is stain defect detection module, then the hole defect detection module, and thread missing defect detection module. So we have like 2 different approaches. The first one is fabric defect detection. So the second one is fabric defect classification. So this is the high level diagram of our research. So moving to the stain defect detection module. So when we take this stain defect detection module, we have used defective fabric images with stains and non-defective fabric images for this part. So when we take the training part of the module, so we have only taken non-defective fabric images, and also with that we have augmented the data set, and after that we have done the pre-processing and training part of the convolutional neural network. So basically, in order to train the model, we have used auto-encoder convolutional neural network. So for the testing part, we have taken both defective and non-defective fabric images along with the pre-processing. So after that, we detected the non-defective and defective fabric images. So after that, we have taken detection success rate, sensitivity, and specificity with our results. moving to the next slide, as I have said earlier, we have taken both testing data and training data, and we have segmented that data set in like that, and after that we have resized the pictures at equalized size for the further implementation. Then we have selected the autoencoder neural network to train the data set. After that we have trained the data set, we have generated an accuracy level. So likewise, here I have listed why we have selected convolutional autoencoder in order to train our model. So basically these autoencoders can learn representations of data in an unsupervised manner, meaning they do not require explicit labels. And also this is reducing the storage requirements and the computational cost. And also with the hidden layers of an autoencoder, it captures the most salient and informative aspects of the data, and then we can train the model with a small data set, and we can achieve the efficiency in training as well. So for the evaluation part, we have created a separate GUI with the use of Google Colab for evaluating this model. So by training the model, we have generated 74.3 accuracy level for this module. So also we have gained 85% of sensitivity, which is also known as the true positive rate, measures the system's ability to correctly identify and classify the true positive cases. So we have achieved the specificity around 93%, which is the true negative rate of the stain defect detection system. So with that, I moved to the whole defect detection part. So we have used a similar method for that as well. This is unique from the previous one because we have used instant in order to detect the whole defect. So there also we have taken non-defective and defective fabric images, and we have made a figure containing images. So after applying histogram equalization methods, we have train the model. So that is the whole overall approach of the whole defect detection module. So likewise, we have taken the thread missing defect for our research as well. So we have taken an approach with the use of image processing in order to detect the thread missing defects, because these thread missing defects are based on line intensity. So we have used a technique called image processing in order to identify the thread missing defects in our system. So when we talk about the future work, so we can basically take more defects from the fabrics, and we can integrate these different kinds of defects and integrate into one system. So that is our future work. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, very interesting.
So it has been a great day at Faculty of Information Technology, University of Mortar today with ICITR 2023. So we have a distinguished guest at our international conference, Professor Wang. Professor Wang, I heard that it's your first time in Sri Lanka, so please tell us a bit about that and how you see ICITR 2023 in your perspective.
Yes,
we had some
So it has been a great day at Faculty of Information Technology, University of Mortar today with ICITR 2023. So we have a distinguished guest at our international conference, Professor Wang. Professor Wang, I heard that it's your first time in Sri Lanka, so please tell us a bit about that and how you see ICITR 2023 in your perspective.
Yes, it's my honor to have the opportunity to visit Sri Lanka through this meeting. Actually, like 30 years ago, I had a plan to visit Sri Lanka, but at that time, due to the political situation, I was not able to come. And after 30 years, finally, I can complete my dream. So, and also, ICITR 2023 is such a wonderful meeting. I actually, only this morning, I learned a lot. I know there's a lot of research going on and related, a lot of research related with biomedical science going on here in Sri Lanka. I'm very excited. I think in the future we can have a lot of opportunity to cooperate.
So I'll reiterate my question. How is Sri Lanka? It's your first time here, I guess. So how is Sri Lanka as a whole? Did you get to experience Sri Lanka?
Actually, because I just arrived very early this morning, so I really don't have a chance to meet Sri Lanka landscape or people. But I'm very excited. I expected to, after the meeting, I will have a small travel. I hope I can see more places, get to know more people. But from my very short experience, yesterday we drove from the airport to the hotel. It's like a 30-minute drive. I think the infrastructure is quite good because the highway we drove, the road quality I think is very good. It's like just like driving in Taiwan. The road is very good with no pothole, very smooth. I think the Sri Lanka infrastructure is very impressive. Yeah.
Indeed, Sri Lanka is developing these days. So, Professor, one final question. If to the undergraduates, to the students who are watching this right now, do you have any message if they are trying to get into the research fields, if they want to pursue higher education or into science-related fields? What message do you have for our viewers?
Yeah, because as you say, Sri Lanka is a developing country. Probably the government here or people here don't have many financial resources, so sometimes it's difficult to pursue higher research. In this regard, I think Taiwan can be a partner and can be a help, because in Taiwan is relative to Sri Lanka. Taiwan is economically more advanced, so the government can allot more resource in research. And actually, our government currently have allotted resource for foreign students. So foreign students can apply for financial support and study positions in Taiwan. I think for Sri Lanka students, if you consider going abroad for your study and career, I think Taiwan is definitely a very good choice, because Taiwan is a very democratic country, have a climate similar to Sri Lanka and culturally accepted. We are very friendly to different people from different culture.
Thanks a lot, Professor Wang, and thanks for your contribution to science, and as well as thanks a lot for participating at ICITR 2023, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So, viewers, if you have any interest in research, pursue in your future as well, like Professor Wang said, you can consider Taiwan as a great destination. Viewers, the date is 8th of December 2023. We are having ICITR 2023 here at the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Mortua. And today we have another distinguished guest with us here, Professor Yang. Professor, I heard that you have been visiting ICITR in the past years as well. So please give us a brief on how do you see this year's ICITR and what is the experience that you have with this year's conference?
Sure. I think that because I ever been the guest for many times of the ICITR, the conference, so I saw that it gradually changed and more popular and more international. And I think as I attend the section that in the morning, I saw that the paper presented good quality and very good study. So I think very good. I consider very good their even the contribution or the attendees their effort. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So, a lot of students, undergraduates, and other viewers are watching this online through the internet as we speak. So, do you have any message that you can give to our viewers who may be having their dream to come to the position that you currently are as a professor? So, do you have any message to give them, our viewers?
Yes, actually, I consider that for many times my attendance in this conference, I know very competitive that I think the researcher. So if I have some suggestion to the young scholar that attend this conference, I think that should be very positive their direction, and I sure that I think encourage. I encourage that the young scholar, if they keep their interest and keep their effort on this direction, I think can be very competitive. Not only in the Sri Lanka, I think should be international. As my observation that even the study, maybe some just from the student, but I think they are very competitive. That means the quality good, and that deserve their continuous effort.
Indeed, sir. This area is very innovative, so people have to come with their ideas and be encouraged as well by others' presentations, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Totally agree.
Okay, sir. Thanks a lot, Professor Young, for joining with us today as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, viewers, as Professor Young mentioned, it is indeed an encouraging field. It can be a bit competitive as well. So if you have some interest in pursuing researchers, please tune in with ICITR in the next year as well. You can get to know about ICITR conference organized by the IT Research Unit of Faculty of Information Technology via icitr.um.lk. So we'll bring you more updates via FITMOMENTS, so stay tuned with us. Thank you.
And then we conducted a kind of a study on the user side, like users means both lecturers as well as the students, whether the prototype is useful, whether it is doing anything good, so that we can actually implement a good thing. So from we actually did two types of evaluation. We did a survey as well as a focus group interviews for evaluation. Then we drew the conclusions based on that. So these are the initial things, because in the LMS, the entire system need not be version controlled. Okay, so we needed to identify what are the portions of the LMS that needs.
For the ICITR 2023 Research Conference organized by the IT Research Unit of the Faculty of Information Technology, we have our platinum sponsor, Cambio Software Engineering. And we have one representative from Cambio Software Engineering to discuss more about this partnership with us. I have Mrs. Shaman Piratna, Assistant Manager, Talent Acquisition with us. Mrs. Shaman, can you tell us a bit about Cambio Software Engineering?
Hello everyone, we are Cambio Software Engineering, dedicated to delivering cutting-edge healthcare solutions for the healthcare sector. We have started in 1993, that is in Sweden, and then again we have started operation in Sri Lanka, that is in 2005. So we are celebrating our 20th anniversary, that is in 2025. That is about the company.
Okay, so Cambio Software Engineering is primarily an IT software company. So why do you thought and what do you decide to collaborate with this research conference and to support to make this event successful in the grand scale that it has been today?
Yes, today we are proudly serving as the platinum sponsor of ICITR conference organized by Faculty of IT, University of Moratuwa. As a company, we always believe in nurturing the potential of the younger generation. So that is why we are here today. Yes, and we have our stall here today, and we will invite you all to visit our stall. And our Cambio experts are here. You can meet our Cambio experts and you can discuss more about our operations and the career opportunities here at Cambio.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Sharman, and thanks for supporting ICITR as well.
Thank you so much.
So if you are watching this and you are thinking about visiting ICITR conference, still there's a couple of hours remaining. So I invite you all to visit the Faculty of Information Technology.
Well as a focus group discussion, and through that actually we got some feedback. Okay, so these are the types of numbers we actually got through our survey as well as a focus group interview. So as a conclusion, actually this is a kind of a development work, and we developed the prototype, and we implemented a prototype for a limited set of people for a given assignment, and it is actually implemented as a small add-on to the Moodle, existing Moodle system. And based on the success of this thing, actually we are actually proposing to implement it as a fully fledged add-on and make it available to all the Moodle users across the world, so people can improve it further, so it becomes very useful for the entire community. So with this, I would like to acknowledge the assistance rendered by our research assistant, Mr. Amar Singh, because we know that we are academics, we are too busy people, we don't have time to do the nitty-gritties. So we got the assistant to do all the nitty-gritties under our supervision. So I really like to acknowledge the help rendered by the RA. And I'm here to answer any questions here, as well as my contacts are here. If you want, you can contact me even after the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice presentation. There are any questions from the audience? Yeah, as a teacher myself, I'm interested in knowing how it works. So in your presentation, you say every version of the document submitted by the student will be saved. But as a teacher, in the future, if I want to evaluate the performance of the student, is there a way do I need to go through all the saved document, or is there the way it can screen it for me to choose the best version?
Actually, the best version, we assume that it will be the last version which contains everything. But along that the last version, we have the previous versions also. So the instructor is free to see how the students really work, whether the student worked throughout or whether the student tried to cheat us in between just uploading garbage. All those things can be tracked in the system so that we know that how the students are working over a period of time. So not as just one-off things. So that is the most important thing. But the definitely, since it's an evolving assignment, so the final version of the submission will include everything. So that is the accepted, completed one. But to help the instructors, how the student really worked over a period of time, that is what we have the version control. So sometimes you know that it is not the final snapshot that we need to know to evaluate a student. We need sometimes over a period of time how they did. So all that information will be saved in the system in as different versions.
In current LMS also, we can set the number of uploads a student can allow to do. Is it different from this?
Actually, that is actually the main difference is not number of uploads. The main difference is controlling the versions. All the, I mean, you can upload 5 documents, but all the 5 documents are there with number 1, number 2, number 3. So that is the difference. So normally when you say we can upload multiple things, it overrides again and again.
So if a student can submit a separate document, so how can we handle it?
Separate in the sense separate name?
No, separate with separate content.
Then of course it will be saved as a different with the same convention, with the same the different version number. So we have not looked at the evaluation of the documents here. It's only we are tracking the documents.
Yes,
so evaluation is not within the scope. So that is up to the instructor.
So then actually this is good idea for now about thesis submission kind of things. Sometimes we also require to do some interim submissions.
Exactly.
Within the same.
So it's not a one-off submission, it's a longer period.
In such kind of cases, this is a good solution.
Yeah, even this, when you mention thesis, that's a very good place because you know that theses are evaluated by the supervisor multiple times.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to the next presentation. That is paper ID 211, Time Analysis Side Channeling Attack in Symmetric Key Cryptography. The paper will be presented by M.J. Hettiarachchi, in Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology. Over to you.
Good day to all of you. My name is Magjan Hettiarachchi and my co-authors are Dilipa Sandanuwan, Ranjak Hettiarachchi and Ravindu Balasuriya. The topic that we would like to present to you all today is time analysis side channeling attack in symmetric key cryptography. So moving on to the introduction, as you can see here, the cryptography is the practice of using mathematics to encrypt and decrypt data. And in cryptography, the science of cryptography is cryptology. And when coming down, we have cryptography and cryptoanalysis. And through this research, what we intended to do is cryptoanalysis. And in cryptography side, we will be doing cryptoanalysis for symmetric key cryptography. And in it, the stream cipher. And I'll talk about in the later slides. And when giving you all a small idea about what symmetric key cryptography is, it is basically using one key for encryption and decryption, basically one shared key between a sender and receiver to encrypt and decrypt data. While when looking at what asymmetric key cryptography is, it's basically using two types of a public key to encrypt data while a private key to decrypt the data. That is the main difference between symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. And when moving on to side channeling attacks, a side channeling attack is basically a leakage of information from a crypto system, a physical crypto system which is currently present. And in my research that we have carried out, what we focus is on the time factor, the time analysis attack, which is involving the execution of time in the cryptographic system. And before I move on to the research gap and the questions, I would like to emphasize that the encryption standard that we have used to carry out this research is the data encryption standard, which is the DES encryption standard, because it enables us to use the bits in a much more elaborated manner, because we are an undergraduate project group, so and with the computational power that we have, it is the most easiest encryption that we can use. So moving on to the research objective, what we wanted to focus here is to implement an effective mechanism for the time analysis for a given algorithm, which we, as I told earlier, DES. And the research questions that we came across is what types of cryptographic operations can be measured in a time analysis attack, and what factors can impact the timing of a cryptographic operation, as well as how can an attacker measure the timing of cryptographic operations. So in the literature review, one main thing which we focused as a team is an attack which has carried upon by other researchers on a public key crypto system, which is the RSA crypto system. But this was a different system to what we did, because we focused on a time analysis, but they focused on a methodology utilized a smart card system with OpenSSL to generate a payload to do a time analysis attack. We have a much more difference in that. And moving on to what we carried upon in our methodology, the first step that we did was creating a controlled environment. Without a controlled environment, we will have other factors such as electromagnetic fields or fault or any other fields which will impact the system, which will then cause inaccurate time analysis. So we initially created a controlled environment in a software-based system in order to carry out this research. So the most important thing which I would like you all to focus here is generating of a set of keys for a specific optimum time range. So if I emphasize on this, the step 2, what we did is, initially we had a time period about 30 minutes and we generated a set of keys. And then after we generated a set of keys, that was then checked upon with the main key, or the key which is used to encrypt the data, and then we checked the accuracy of time. But afterwards, we slowly started increasing the time from 30 minutes to 60 minutes, then to about 2 hours, then to about 8 hours, 12 hours, and 24 hours. And afterwards, we ended up in this time range of about 3 days, which gives an optimum number of keys, which gives us around 100 to 200,000 keys when we generate the code, which after doing analysis in the third step by comparing the keys, which would give a value which would in the future make the DES encryption much more prone to side channeling attack, which I'll emphasize in the results and discussion. And this is the entire code segment. This is just one code segment, or the heart of our program, the system which we use to do the encryption, the time analysis part. And moving on to the results and discussion. So before I talk upon the results and discussion, as you all can see, the patching percentage is 43%, which might be questioning to the panel as well as the audience who is here, because you all might be questioning me as to why it is 43% and not about 80 or 90%. The reason for this is basically because we wanted to do a proof of concept to show that symmetric key cryptography is prone to side channeling attacks. So hence, if with more computational power and more research involved, we are able to break the symmetric key cryptographic algorithms, which is not just this, but AES and so on. So as you can see here, what we have done is, after generating about 100 to 200,000 keys, we have a main key which is used for encryption. Then we have matched it, we have compared it with the set of key, the list that we got, and then we have brought it down, or we have summarized it to a set of keys which has the highest percentage. So these keys were the highest percentage keys that we figured out, and in our recent research, and they gave us the point of 43%. Then afterwards, we then the encrypted text, or the cipher text, which is the encrypted text, we took that and we sent each of the 5 keys that you can see here to those to the encrypted text, and we started decrypting them into plain texts again, in order to see if we are able to get a matching plain text with the proper plain text, or with the main plain text. And as you can see here, we have had a 37% success rate from key number 4, which we have figured out. So when looking at the future developments of our research, as I said earlier, we would like to focus this research on entirely eradicating the main key that we used. Since we were working in a controlled environment, we had the opportunity of using the main key, the primary key as well. So we want to take it out and then just do the SIME analysis only from the keys generated and figure out a key which would possibly break the encryption standard, as well as I said earlier, continue to advance the encryption standard and other symmetric key cryptographic systems. And in conclusion, I would like to say the primary aim of this study was to reduce the time, because when we and my team researched, we identified that the time taken to do time analysis usually takes time. But what we wanted to do was, we wanted to reduce the time. We wanted to bring it into a where about 5 to 10 hours we are able to do it. So that was the main target of this, and also to carry about with the statistical analysis and give a statistical report to anyone who would like. And if we are to do a product from this, to give a statistical report to the organization who would like to purchase or who would like to be a part with our system. And also, my closing statement would be that no algorithm is safe from side channeling attacks, and the only thing is they are currently hard and they are not impossible to break. Thank you.
Thank you. A very important aspect in cyber insecurity. Actually, I don't have enough expertise to discuss with you on your paper, but this morning we were talking about a quantum computer. I think with the development of quantum, my question probably not directly related to your research, but with quantum computer, the computing power will be exponentially increased in the future. Do you think your system will still be working at that time? Probably a little bit speculative, but
yes.
I would like to know your opinion.
Yes, with the development of quantum computing, we will be able to, cause this is the most basic algorithm. It is already broken through other means such as brute force. So through side channeling attacks, with more computational power, especially with quantum computing, we can go into AES algorithm as well as public key cryptography or the symmetric key cryptography. We can also target RSA, and we could also break RSA as well, because even though they are now not prone to attacks, even though there are attacks, but they are not prone to these types of attacks, with quantum computing we are able to target them as well.
Okay, so now you're talking about the time analysis attack.
Yes.
So what are the other algorithms or any other techniques used to handle this attack?
You mean time analysis attack or?
Time analysis attack.
So we can use this technique, which is what we focused on. And also we can look into other types of techniques such as not just on time analysis attack, when breaking a cryptographic system, we could target on things such as fault analytics or electromagnetic analytics, and also such as power analysis. Those types we can target as well. And in time analysis attacks, we could, this is just a part where we do it in a system where we do it in a software based. So we could take the real time where the system takes to process the data, and then we can mix and match that with the generated keys as well. That is another technique that we can use as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. We'll move on to the next paper, number 217. The title is Developing a Security System for Telemedicine, presented by Isuru Vijay Rantan. Sorry for the bad pronunciation. And finally, a paper related with medicine. I'm really expecting this paper. Please. Where's the author? Excellent. Okay. So then, okay, the author is missing. So we will move to our next paper, number 236, titled ROS-based mobile robot PID and MPC control, presented by Pei Lun Chan. Please. Also missing. This is from Professor Yang. From Professor Yang's paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to our research titled Enhancement Timetable Scheduling, a High Performance Computational Approach. So it is presentation, I'd like to first give an introduction, then I will move into the materials and methods, and then we'll have a discussion on the results and finally conclude with a conclusion and an acknowledgement. So first of all, the academic problem that we identified. Can multi-constraint timetable generation or scheduling be effectively optimized by leveraging the capabilities of artificial intelligence and high-performance computing? So the result we came up with stood on 3 pillars. The first one being complex problem tackling, where we try to address the exponential scalability of timetable scheduling. The second one would be integrating AI and machine learning to optimize the algorithm. And finally, develop a cost-effective and stable, scalable hardware architecture. With this in mind, we came up with Project Almanac, where we have 3 main components. The Almanac porthole, which is a GUI for the user to input all the required inputs and then visualize all the final results. Then we have the Almanac host, which is the main program that is going to be running in the host computer. And finally, we have the Almanac AI, a Python-based neural network that is going to be running in a Beowulf cluster. This is the hardware architecture that we have. First of all, we have the client, which is going to be the Almanac porthole program, which is going to be running on a client computer. It is going to interface through the internet with the Almanac host program, which is going to be running in the host computer. The host computer will be interfacing with a Beowulf cluster that is going to house the neural network that is going to be doing the optimization for the algorithm. We have used is an artificial neural network, and moving on to the software architecture that we have 3 main algorithms that are operating. The first one being algorithm A. Algorithm A is going to be the algorithm that is going to be doing the initial unoptimized timetable generation. Then we move into algorithm B, which is going to use a neural network to optimize the timetable that is generated by algorithm A. If algorithm A runs into a problem, algorithm C is going to be going to analyze, and it's going to decide what is going to be an optimum way to find a solution to that problem. This gives a high-level introduction to our algorithm. So basically, we start with the parameters that are input by the user to the system. Then we use algorithm A to generate an unoptimized timetable, and this we are going to feed into the computer cluster, which is going to be run in the algorithm B, which is a neural network, and it is going to iteratively try to optimize the timetable. We will also be running it through a brute force algorithm to optimize, so that we can use that data to train the neural network and for optimizing the neural network. So if algorithm A fails, the algorithm C will try to figure out what has been the issue, and it's going to give suggestions to the user depending on how we can mitigate that issue. If not, we will have a final optimized timetable. Moving on to the results, I'd like to discuss the results in 3 main categories. Number 1 would be the cost optimization. All the systems are developed within by ourselves, and we have also used repurposed or discarded hardware. We have used open source software and also off-the-shelf networking equipment, which adds no direct cost to our system. And also, this prioritizes the affordability and the scalability without compromising the efficiency of the system. Then I'll move on to the scalability and modularity. One thing is that the algorithm is using a multi-stage system, which is going to be a lot more modular. On the other hand, the cluster is a node-based system, which means it is scalable. We can add more nodes or less nodes depending on the requirement and the budget. Number 3 would be a performance optimization. Here I'd like to discuss both quantitatively and qualitatively. Quantitatively, we can analyze with the big O notation the three main algorithms that we have. Number one is a timetable generation. The big O notation for the timetable generation would be n squared. However, for the brute force, this goes up to around n to the power 6. But if you use AI optimization, it drops down to n. So on the right hand side, you can see a diagram that is going to display this visually. And also on the left side, we have a qualitative analysis using heat distribution and time duration. This would be a real life result from a real timetable that we used to generate using the system. And with that, we can see that with each iteration, the duration that the algorithm takes to do the optimization reduces considerably. And also the heat that is distributed, in which case the heat means how unoptimized the timetable is. It is going to also exponentially reduce with each iteration. To conclude the presentation, we have developed a cost-effective and modular scheduling algorithm system that uses AI and cluster computing to optimize the scheduling. There's potential for broad applications beyond school and university timetable scheduling. Further research would include expanding beyond university timetables to, for example, train scheduling, trade scheduling, and even product release scheduling. We'd like to also optimize the modular design even further and also test with real world data from a real campus. We'll also like to research into how we can use flexible constraints rather than fixed constraints, and also do real world performance analysis comparing to other scheduling algorithms we have. Before concluding, I'd like to give a huge gratitude to Mr. Johan Padingama, Mr. Charit Jayaneti, and Mr. Manu Satrasinghe, and also the IT staff of the SLTC the university itself for the support that they've provided. Further information on this research can be found on projectalmanac.org, and also there's a demonstration on YouTube. Thank you, and I'd like to take questions.
But did you test and validate this one with real users or some?
We haven't used real world data. One of our objectives were to do that, but universities were not willing to provide their complete timetables and student data to us, so we had to come up with a hypothetical campus and use that data to do the research.
So in the algorithm ABC, in algorithm A, what's happened actually?
In it, it's going to go through all the, let's say we have lecturers, we have lectures, and we have subjects, students, and each students are going to be grouped into categories, and all of them are going to have individual lectures. So it's going to go through all that data, and it's going to put them into timetables. Basically,
so
time slots.
That means you may consider the lecturers and the lectures they are doing also.
Yes, everything. And it's going to schedule it within a timetable, but it's not going to consider any optimization. It's simply going to put them into a timetable. That's it.
Then the classrooms, available capacity, all
yes,
the details.
Everything is considered. In our case, timetable is considered in 3 dimensions. First dimension is time, the second one is date, and the third one would be lecture halls.
Then in algorithm B, the optimization happens.
Yes.
And then algorithm C, what's happened?
It is there to simply diagnose any issues that algorithm A has. Let's say it fails to generate the timetable, maybe it's missed few lectures. It's going to analyze the algorithm, analyze the data set, and it's going to say, okay, you don't have enough lecture halls. Maybe you'll have to build a lecture hall with this much capacity, or maybe the optimum way would be to hire another lecturer, such and such.
Are there any limitations?
I'd say it's not a complete optimization. So our idea was to build a system that is going to be useful for like, it wouldn't be the perfect one. It would just continue to improve itself with time. So you can decide how long we are going to run the optimization. So in that case, it wouldn't be the optimal solution, but it would give us a good enough solution. I think that would be a limitation.
Yes, it is better if you can get real data from universities and
Yes.
test this model.
Yes. That is also a consideration.
Okay, are there any questions from the audience? No.
So thank you. So with this, I think we will close this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we have concluded each presentation enriched with valuable insights from our esteemed chairpersons. So we extend our sincere appreciation to our chairpersons for dedicating their time and effort to make this session a success.
In these spirits of gratitude, I am pleased to invite Dr. Tilini Piyatilaka for Professor Chang E. Wang and Dr. Dushanti Vidanagama. Your dedication has significantly contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So it has been a great day at Faculty of Information Technology, University of Mortar today with ICITR 2023. So we have a distinguished guest at our international conference, Professor Wang. Professor Wang, I heard that it's your first time in Sri Lanka, so please tell us a bit about that and how you see ICITR 2023 in your perspective.
Yes, it's my honor to have the opportunity to visit Sri Lanka through this meeting. Actually, like 30 years ago, I had a plan to visit Sri Lanka, but at that time, due to the political situation, I was not able to come. And after 30 years, finally, I can complete my dream. So, and also, ICITR 2023 is such a wonderful meeting. I actually, only this morning, I learned a lot. I know there's a lot of research going on and related, a lot of research related with biomedical science going on here in Sri Lanka. I'm very excited. I think in the future, we can have a lot of opportunity to cooperate.
So I'll reiterate my question. How is Sri Lanka? It's your first time here, I guess. So how is Sri Lanka as a whole? Did you get to experience Sri Lanka?
Actually, because I just arrived very early this morning, so I really don't have a chance to meet Sri Lanka landscape or people, but I'm very excited. I expected to, after the meeting, I will have a small travel. I hope I can see more places, get to know more people. But from my very short experience, yesterday we drove from the airport to the hotel. It's like a 30-minute drive. I think the infrastructure is quite good because the highway we drove, the road quality I think is very good. It's like just like driving in Taiwan. The road is very good with no pothole, very smooth. I think the Sri Lanka infrastructure is very impressive. Yeah.
Indeed, Sri Lanka is developing these days. So, Professor, one final question. If to the undergraduates, to the students who are watching this right now, do you have any message if they are trying to get into the research fields, if they want to pursue higher education or into science-related fields, what message do you have for our viewers?
Yeah, because as you say, Sri Lanka is a developing country. Probably the government here or people here don't have many financial resources, so sometimes it's difficult to pursue higher research. In this regard, I think Taiwan can be a partner and can be a help because in Taiwan is relative to Sri Lanka. Taiwan is economically more advanced, so the government can allot more resource in research. And actually, our government currently have allotted resource for foreign students. So foreign students can apply for financial support and study positions in Taiwan. I think for Sri Lanka students, if you consider going abroad for your study and career, I think Taiwan is definitely a very good choice because Taiwan is a very democratic country, have a climate similar to Sri Lanka and culturally accepted. We are very friendly to different people from different culture.
Thanks a lot, Professor Wang, and thanks for your contribution to science, and as well as thanks a lot for participating at ICITR 2023, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So, viewers, if you have any interest in research, pursue in your future as well, like Professor Wang said, you can consider Taiwan as a great destination for your higher studies. Viewers, the date is 8th of December 2023. We are having ICITR 2023 here at the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Mortua. And today we have another distinguished guest with us here, Professor Young. Professor, I heard that you have been visiting ICITR in the past years as well. So please give us a brief on how do you see this year's ICITR and what is the experience that you have with this year's conference?
Sure. I think that because I ever been the guest for many times of the ICITR, the conference, so I saw that it gradually changed and more popular and more international. And I think as I attend the section that in the morning, I saw that the paper presented good quality and very good study. So I think very good. I consider very good that even that the contribution or that attendees that their effort. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So a lot of students, undergraduates and other viewers are watching this online through the internet as we speak. So do you have any message that you can give to our viewers who may be having their dream to come to the position that you currently are as a professor? So do you have any message to give them, our viewers?
Yes, actually, I consider that for many times my attendance in this conference, I know very competitive that I think the researcher. So if I have some suggestion to the young scholar that attend this conference, I think that should be very positive. Their direction, and I sure that I think encourage. I encourage that the young scholar, if they keep their interest and keep their effort on this direction, I think can be very competitive. Not only in the Sri Lanka, I think should be international. As my observation that even the study, maybe some just from the student, but I think they are very, very competitive. That means the quality good and that deserve their continuous effort.
Indeed, this area is very innovative, so people have to come with their ideas and be encouraged as well by others' presentations, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry for keep you waiting for a moment because we have to enter the marks and finalize the grading of all the papers and the presenters. So which took few minutes. So we have 5 tracks. So we are giving 5 awards for each track. And there's a criteria of evaluation which we have evaluated based on the presentations and the paper, the scientific publication that you all have made. So it is very happy to announce this 5-track publications. So I will first say the 5 tracks: computer vision, AI, data science and data-driven applications, technology trends, and computing. So I will read out the winners of each track, and I will read out the names as well. So if any author is presented here, please call over the stage to the front to receive your certificates. Track number 1, computer vision. The best paper award goes to Occlusion Resilient Similar Colored Separable Food Item Instance Segmentation, authored by Rukshan Karanagoda, Yomal Pereira, Dion Wyman, Subha Fernando, from the Faculty of Information Technology of University of Moratuwa. So may I call anybody who's here, or if the authors are not here, so we will announce the next award. Next award for the track number 2, Artificial Intelligence. And the award goes to the paper title, Layout Aware Resume Parsing Using NLP and Rule-Based Technologies, authored by SP Varusavithana, NN Pereira, RL Veerasinghe, TM Hinkarandeniya, and GU Ganegoda. So I invite GU Ganegoda or anybody. Yeah, if the team is there, please come forward. Upeksha. And I cordially invite the Dean, Faculty of Information Technology, to hand over the certificates. Thank you. The next award goes to the track number 3, Data Science and Data-Driven Applications, awarded for the modeling Sri Lankan GDP using microeconomic indicators, an approach using principal component analysis, authored by Sachini Karunaratne from the Department of Mathematics, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka, Dr. Thine Piyathilaka from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. So I cordially invite Dr. Ferdhouse to deliver these certificates to Thank you. Thank you. Track number 4, Technology Trends. And the award goes to the paper title, A Robot Hand for Rehabilitation of Wrist and Fingers, authored by W.A.K.C. Veera Surya, U.R.E. Kumarasaru, H.M.W. Nipun, H.H.M.J. De Silva, RKPS Ranavira, RARC Gopura, from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. So I guess the authors are not here. We congratulate all the authors. The last award for the track number 5, computing. And the award goes to the paper multi-model defect detection system for single color fabric in apparel industry, authored by Vimeshi Silva, Tilakshi Senaviratna, Nifla Farid, Tanuja Sandanayaka, and Indika Karunaratna from the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa. And I cordially invite Dr. Priyanka Talagala to deliver these certificates. So I myself have to come, okay. So with that, we are congratulating all the winners, and also we are congratulating all the people, all the presenters who have done wonderful job, and as well as those who have committed yourself in marking these papers and evaluating, which is a very process. So I would like, as the award chair, I'm taking this opportunity to thank everybody who has done a wonderful job here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. As we have reached the end of today's proceedings, I would like to call upon Dr. Priyanka Talagala, the Secretary of the Information Technology Research Unit, to propose the vote of thanks.
Okay, very good evening to everyone. I want to say a big thank you to everyone here making this conference a huge success. Actually, there's a team effort behind the scene, and now it's my turn to express a big thank you to everyone involved. I know that my words may not fully capture the depth of our appreciation for your invaluable contributions. However, allow me to express my thanks, even though my words may not fully portray the magnitude of your contributions. First, I extend my sincere thanks to all the guests who join us from various countries, sharing their knowledge and providing valuable support and cooperation. On behalf of the organizing committee of ICITR 2023, I want to express my appreciation to all the authors who submitted their research papers. This year, we saw an impressive submission of more than 220 research papers with 47 accepted, maintaining an acceptance ratio of approximately 21%. This has been a strong motivator to organize a research conference of this magnitude. All accepted and presented papers will be submitted to the IEEE Explore digital library indexed by Scopus. I express my sincere appreciation to the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Moratuwa, for his excellent leadership and tremendous support in organizing this international conference. Thank you, sir. I want to express my gratitude to the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Moratuwa, Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Director of Research at the University of Moratuwa, and the Financial Division for their assistance with the administrative work. This event was a key component of the 2023 Research Week at the University of Moratuwa, and I would like to extend my sincere appreciation for including us as an integral part of this Research Week. I want to express my gratitude to our esteemed international keynote speakers, Professor Sadr M.N. Islam from Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia. Professor Chang Yi Wang, Director of the Department of Radiation Oncology at Sheng General Hospital. I hope I pronounced it correctly, Taiwan, and Professor Chang Yung Yang from National Taipei University, Taiwan. Thank you for generously sharing your valuable insights with us. I'm sincerely thankful to Professor Buddhika Jayasekara, Chair, IEEE Sri Lanka Section, Mr. Chamika Sudhasinghe, Secretary, IEEE Sri Lanka Section, Professor Abe Gudawardena, and Dr. Lochanda Garanatunga, senior members of the IEEE of Sri Lanka, for their tremendous support in obtaining IEEE technical sponsorship of the conference. I express my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Graduate Studies and our platinum sponsor, Cambio Software Engineering, for funding this event. Without their generous financial support, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I thank all the reviewers for providing valuable comments in a timely manner, contributing to the improvement of the quality of the papers presented at the ICITR 2023 conference. And thank you very much to the session chairs for their role in chairing the sessions. I especially thank them for helping us choose the best paper while giving constructive feedback to the presenters. We are grateful to Professor Dixon Wimalajiva, Department of Statistics, Nebraska Lincoln University, USA, and Mr. Chamira Dulanga from 99X Technology, and Mr. Lakindu Hevawasam from NLIA for conducting pre-conference workshops. And then I would like to thank all the committee chairs of ICITR for their especially, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Tilini Piyatilaka, General Co-Chair and the Director of ITRU, Program Chairs Dr. Subha Fernando and Dr. T.M. Tantiribatra, Publications Chairs Dr. Upeksha Ganegoda and Dr. ALARR Tanuja and Ms. Prabhaji Dharmaratna. And award chairs, Professor Tanuja Sandanayaka and Ms. R.G.U. Upeksha. All the members of the respective committees for their untiring effort to make this conference a successful event. I extend my thanks to the editorial board of ICITR 2023 for their priceless effort in compiling the finest quality proceedings. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Thinesha Nanayakara, Assistant Registrar of the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Maratua, for the perfect logistic support extended to us to conduct this event successfully. We have been fortunate enough to back by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of the Faculty of Information Technology, University of Maratua. Thank you very much to Mr. Samantha, Ms. Taruki, Ms. Charita, Mr. Charita, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Sampath, Mr. Sumudu, Mr. Chintak, and all the others for their wonderful technical support. I would like to thank the Student Organizing Committee. They gave us massive support in various activities, including the development and maintenance of the conference website and the comparing of the event. Thank you very much. I also thank FITMOMENTS, our digital marketing partner. Finally, I would like to extend my thanks to all the academic staff members, academic supportive staff members, non-academic staff members, administrative staff members, and the students of the faculty who participated in this international conference. Without your continuous support, this event would not have seen the light of the day. Once again, a big thank you for all your amazing work, and I hope to see you again next year at ICITR 2024, and our Dr. Tanuja, our publication chair, will talk more about that. Have a very good evening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting announcement to make. We are launching the 2024 ICITR conference website, and you may be wondering how this will unfold. To shed light on this, I respectfully invite our esteemed Dr. Romesh Tanuja, Senior Lecturer of University of Mortugal.
All right, thank you very much. So we have come to like end of another well-spent day of our life. So I truly believe that you had a great opportunity to strengthen the connection with the other researchers and broaden your research knowledge from this ICITR 2023 research conference. So and also, so I'm taking this opportunity to launch the website for the next year 9th International Conference on Information Technology Research. So let me, all right, here we go. All right, so again, so I highly encourage all the authors like who have submitted their research papers to this year conference to submit papers to the next year conference as well. All the accepted and presented papers will be submitted to the IEEE Expert Digital Library, which is indexed by the Scopus. Right, so I hope you are going to have a wonderful evening today, and hope to see you all next year. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a mind inspired by the wealth of knowledge and insights we've shared. The closing ceremony not only marks the end of our time together here, but also celebrates the new beginning of ideas, collaborations, and innovations that have taken root over the course of this conference. A special note of thanks to the organizing committee and all the volunteers whose limitless efforts behind the scenes have made this event seamless and enjoyable. Your dedication and commitment is definitely the key behind the success of this event. As we say goodbyes, let us carry the spirit of innovation and collaboration beyond these walls. May the connections we've made here lead to fruitful collaborations, and the knowledge we've gained inspire us to drive forward in our respective fields. Until we meet again, we wish you all the continued success and a safe journey back home. I'm Rukshan Senanayaka.
And I'm Amasha Virasinghe.
And thank you for making ICITR 2023 a remarkable and a memorable event. Good evening and farewell. Thank you.